Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 60 of Pariahs. Time to go back and watch the YouTube video. I mean, might not be a bad idea. Hello, how are we all on this fine Sunday evening? Not really much to spout this time. It's been a little bit of a quiet week. I know, man. 60 episodes. In fact, there is one thing. Hold YouTube playlist length. That's what I want to know. Let's have a look, shall we? So, with Pariahs so far, Pariahs currently has 10 days, 2 hours and 34 minutes worth of playtime. We then add Chronicles on top of that, which is another 2 days and 12 hours. So yeah, we're looking at like nearly 13 straight days of D&D. There is no way you could sit and watch all of that in one sitting. I know. Another 30 minutes before your brownies are done. I'm on board. Hello.
Good evening.
I was hoping for some juicy gossip there.
About.
I mean, there's been a couple of topics before we started the stream.
It's been really quiet since you muted up.
Really? I don't believe that for a second.
I had to go make a drink. It has been. Well, Jump was AFK for a bit, so that was part of it.
Yeah, fair. Go on, Scott.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, it was quiet.
Oh, well. Episode 60, folks.
It's a big
Cheers.
number.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Shall we get underway?
I think so, yeah. Last time on Pariahs.
Go, Desmond.
Well, last time we picked up after the aftermath of Cypher's ritual, which had left him indisposed in a dead way. There was a lot of grief and a lot of things going on, and shortly after, well, not really after, but during this, because everyone's still feeling that, Desmond went and talked to the coroner and has made a sort of a deal, but not really, more just a agreement with the coroner to have a item of extreme power that needs to be returned to him for his purposes. After that, Vanya visited her disciples, those who followed the Happy Healer, the Order of the Rose Cross, unless I messed that up, and I discovered more things that set her off about the sisterhood and how they basically look up to Garrett as the benefactor. Following that, that was squashed, and she revealed that there might have been a mishap resulting in one Thomas Verbecht being also permanently indisposed, but without any expected return like Cypher. Reza has gotten underway with her venture, which will hopefully lead to her being able to make use of the stones and materials. And besides that, Skarn brought back his trophy, a gnome named Vern, who has a bit of an eye to be a
Shite bag, yes.
a shite bag, but like a ringleader, or more like a showman, like an announcer.
The greatest showman.
Yes, for
No.
for the benches. Yes, but essentially, from there, Desmond has unveiled his plan because the situation's being exposed. What he was going to keep secret is he's going to try to body snatch someone. Literally. And of course, Garrett had also gone and purchased a brewery for an exorbitant price, but as with all things, we anticipate Garrett will make his investment back and then some. So we'll see how it all goes. And we'll soon find out.
We will. We will. Yeah. Solid. Anything else anyone wishes to add to that, or...
I just like how Desmond was like, yeah, I want to body snatch somebody. And everybody was just like, right. How can we help? Nobody bats an eyelid. It's just like business as usual then, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
They're still reeling from Cypher. They're just like, whatever.
Well, I mean, no one really batted an eyelash when Reza was like, I want to steal the body of a vampire.
Cool. Let's do it.
See, we're very supportive here. That's our thing. We uplift
Yeah.
each other. We're the rising tide of freaks.
But don't let Vanya know.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, except Vanya. Like, we keep her chained down.
What were we talking about?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. Shh. Don't repeat those words. You've summoned her already, Desmond.
Vanya's here.
Something about a rising tide lifting everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sounds very inspirational.
That's all it was about, was, uplifting everyone.
No, it's a flood. It's flooding, rising tide, flood. Yeah.
So, with that then. Today's session's going to be similar to last week in regards to, what needs to be said. The stories that you want to wrap a bow around is strictly down to you guys. I am here in a reactionary role. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You'd all had a nice long rest. Amongst the other issues, Garrett had completely bought out Falmar's brewery as well.
Mm-hmm.
A long rest?
No, give over. Short rest.
I heard long rest. Who else heard long rest?
I'm not about to get my character killed for that.
I know.
Listen,
Fine,
long rest was
short
said,
rest.
but short rest was implied.
I know, but I was trying to get
You
him
had
to
a
say yes,
long
Vanya, whatever you
rested
want.
night.
I need one so bad.
No hit dice for you, my dear.
What, you want to kill another contract holder?
If she doesn't get one soon, she's gonna start ripping them left and right. Her contracts.
Ah, yes. It appears the population of the slums of Novstoya almost overnight have decreased by 25%. Go find out what was causing it. Anyway. With that said, who wants to kick off tonight? Who's got jobs, things that they wish to do? And where are we going?
Well,
Well, Desmond definitely does. but
Go ahead.
I'd like to let Reza start because I feel like I'm gonna just keep talking.
Well, maybe we could make this a joint venture because the first thing on Reza's mind is she's hungry. Girl needs a nice full meal.
All right. So,
So,
with that said, we'll bring it into the folly in sort of the late evening of where we left off last session. Reza, I'll pass it to you.
are we still down in the
Do you want to be in the
Undercroft?
You can indeed be
Yeah.
in the Undercroft.
Reza kind of looking around and then counting in her head, like, has it really been that long since I ate the goblin? I better go out and find something to eat. And then she goes around to look and see if there's anybody else around.
Desmond is in his room area, like basically soundboarding his idea off of Sal for how he's going to plan going to go after this person, because he there's this immediacy now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and see if he's there at Asmund's and try to lead him away under the pretense of more of alcohol and women, and then
Desmond? Oh, sorry, are you talking to somebody?
Oh, there's Sal, and he points to the little ooze.
Oh, hello, Sal.
For a brief moment, the ooze would kind of turn its attention towards you, Reza, and let's change his picture because he did ingest a health potion.
Oh, look at it. He's gorgeous. How can you see a no to a face like that?
That does not disappoint.
That's delightful.
So this blood red ooze. At this point, originally he had two slightly discoloured areas for eyes. Now he just has one, and it just seems to move its way in your direction, Reza, as this tendril-like tentacle just pokes up, gives you a brief wave before going back into its gelatinous body.
Yes, just telling him the plan.
Oh. Excellent. I am gonna go out and try and find a meal for myself. Interested in coming with at all?
It's evening, correct?
It would be getting towards evening at this point, yes. Or at least late afternoon.
I'm just trying to think. There's no way to communicate. I do have to go and see if the target is where I want him to be. So yes, I could go out.
All right.
And it's a little bit grim, but do you think Scythe would mind if I borrowed his robe, or does Vanya have that still?
I want to say I think Vanya was wearing it. I think that's where she got that all black get-up.
Oh well, that's fine then. Actually, I should be fine.
You sure you didn't want to go ask her to borrow it?
No, it'll be all right. I think. I'll bring it up later if I need it. I've got to change clothes around, and there's not too many things I have.
True. Your current wardrobe really wouldn't stretch that far to a 6.5-foot man.
Oh, no, I've already thought of that. See, Vanya and I went shopping. Already have a few things underway for that.
Oh, good.
Though she didn't know that that's what it was for. Hope it doesn't look terrible.
I am sure that if Vanya picked it out it will do.
Well, yes. Although there'll be plenty of time to change things. All right. Well, the thing is, I don't know, what was the last thing you ate?
The goblin.
Oh, well, that can't be very satisfying. It's just a
No,
small
no.
bite.
Yeah.
All right.
So, go ahead.
Oh, all right. We should probably be about it then. I'll take a look around while we're out.
Right, I'll just let Garrett know we're heading out.
Oh, certainly. I'll catch up.
There's a ringing from Sal. And you just see him, this orb, this gelatinous orb almost squeezing itself on top of one of the empty potion vials.
Oh, God.
It seems to contract for a moment before this red Icarus liquid is dispensed into the vial. He then shuffles off the vial, grabs hold of a cork, slaps it into the top, and then starts to rock back and forth with the vial against the side of his container.
Oh, look at that. He's housebroken himself.
Oh, well done.
Good job.
Sal, yes, well done.
And Desmond will reach for the thing that he's got, like, holding, the vial, and see if he'll let him take it or if...
Yeah, he's relieved himself. He's good.
And then Desmond's going to take the vial. Do you want this? Holding it out towards Reza.
Not really benefit from it. Perhaps we just give it to Garrett for safekeeping.
That's a good idea. I feel like if we give things to Garrett, they're generally pretty safe.
I agree. I can take it to him if you want me to.
So certainly, I'll get ready. I'll catch up with you. But I'll meet you at the stairs.
All right. So she takes the vial with like 2 fingers, holding it out in front of her, and goes to find Garrett.
All right, step out of the chambers around the corner to the entrance to the throne room, and as you step close, Elias's roots, sensing your intent, begin to pull back.
Garrett?
Hello.
I have a present for you.
Prison?
Yeah. May I come in?
Yes.
So she walks in and walks over to where he is and like sets down the vial gingerly, still holding it by 2 fingers. So Sal has made another deposit.
I pick it up, give it a little swill around, look at it, hold it up to a light.
Yeah.
Looks just about right. And I make sure the top's on securely, and then pop it on the rack on my desk.
Right. Desmond and I are going to head out to the Commons, probably somewhere around. Oh my! Why am I blanking on everybody's name today?
Garrett, Desmond.
Someone near Asmund's place, probably. And I'm going to probably going to find a meal while I'm out.
Yes, no problem. You know what you're doing, and
Garrett, could I
Just
just
be
quickly ask for just a little bit of a volume boost, my dude?
Yeah, no, it's...
Thank you.
Yes, just be careful in that side of the city. We're not fully aware of the lay of the land, but I'm sure you'll be...
I was actually thinking about offering to do Asmund a favor if there's anybody he wants to have eliminated permanently.
I mean... I'm sure he'll take up the offer if he has any work to do. Especially if he knows it's gonna get done on the cheap side, he'll jump at the chance.
And hello us.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, I should go catch up with Desmond. He's the leader of our little expedition.
Okay, be safe.
Of course. She's practically trotting off to go catch up because she's hungry. So she's excited by the idea of a meal and being owed a favor from Asmund potentially.
She looked jolly, didn't she, Cypher?
In the corner of the room, still laying arms across his chest, the unmoving, cold form of Cypher offers you no response, Garrett.
Didn't expect a reply. And I carry on my work.
Wow, Scob.
I'm never going to get that opportunity again. Take it.
Right. So, with before we cut to Reza and Desmond on their little escapade into the Commons district, Garrett, what's just to sort of give a brief idea and set the scene, what are you up to for the rest of this evening?
For the rest of this evening, I've finished the bloodshot that's going to be delivered, and I'm just working on a shopping list of things we need to acquire. Things for the folly, things for the brewery, little odds and sods that will make life a little bit easier for me.
The gears that make the cogs turn of the Baron's folly.
Oh, yeah.
The annoying paperwork that no one else wants to do that you are lumbered with.
Yes.
But without it, nothing would ever get done.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Vanya.
Yes.
Just for the moment, before we delve too deep, what's your plans for the evening?
So what Vanya is doing is she had commissioned some pots and pans from Dwayne, and she is taking them because she can't carry them all at once. So she's going back and forth and putting them in the kitchen. And then, whenever they all get in there, then she's going to turn and have a discussion with Francis.
All right, excellent. So, we'll definitely revisit that and come back to that for some for a little brief conversation between you and Dwayne. But brilliant, that gives me an idea on that. Last but not least, Vern, the new addition to the staff of the Folly. What's Vern been doing?
Well, Vern is making himself helpful inside the folly. He was helping the bar staff, but he kept getting underfoot, as it turns out. You know, trying to help a blind man when he's used to a space with nobody in it doesn't go well, especially when you're fucking 3 foot tall. So he quickly got kicked out of the bar by Julian, and so now he's entertaining people and trying to make a little bit of coin on the side because he's skint as fuck. So he's doing card tricks.
All right. This might work then. In that case, Reza, Desmond, you begin to make your way up the stairwell into the Baron's Folly basement before eventually into the kitchen. It's here that just off to one side you would see a large stack of pans, pots, bowls and other cutlery starting to mount up. Francis looks like a child opening presents on Christmas. All of these new cooking implements just being dropped off wordlessly in his kitchen. He barely even registers you to step through. But at that point, you would probably hear a commotion from the bar area itself. And as you poke your heads around the door to the kitchen, Vern, what do they see?
They see Vern up on a table, and not hearing the weedy voice that they usually hear. Well, that they learned from Vern, like that, the nasally, annoying gnome voice. Using thaumaturgy, is this booming announcer's voice. So he goes, "And who's next to pick a card? Any card? Yes, you, yes, you, the one with the great complexion." And he points to the pastiest person in the bar.
Hey, mate. Hey, what we got? Hey, this man makes his way over towards you.
And Vern splays the cards. He goes, choose any. Come on.
All right. The various people who are gathered around at the back go, "Oh, left one. Choose the left one." No, got the right. It's obviously the right. You've seen him move his hands. Well, I'm going to go. No. Man holds his hands up and just slams a hand directly on the center card. That one.
Wonderful. All right, take that card out. Show the entire crowd. Show it.
He shows the card. It is a 7 of hearts.
All right. Great. Wonderful. What? Now what we're going to do is you're going to pop that back in there, and then we're going to hand these cards for people to shuffle them. Who can shuffle? Who's got dexterous hands? You do, sir. You do. Can you shuffle the cards? Yes, you can.
Hold on.
You might want to populate this page.
Yeah. I'm that's the impression I'm starting to get. All right. Sure. And will hand them over to me. A man with a somewhat dirtied robe steps up, takes the cards, and begins to shuffle them slowly at first. Cut the deck a few times. More. He looks to the rest of the crowd in the air. More, shuffle it more. He continues doing this for
you heard them.
Seconds. Eventually, the deck returns, or he at least offers it back towards you, Vern.
Then I'll take it and be like, wonderful. Now, there's no way I'd know where your card is in that deck, correct? It's been shuffled completely.
It's just a murmur of, yeah.
Well, with a wave of my hand, he picks out a random card, sticks it to his forehead, and it's the card that the guy picked out. He's like, "Is this your card?"
There's a massive uproar from it is. How do you do that? That's amazing. Are you a magician? Are you Is that mind tricks? There's mind tricks at play. Some people start.
No, it's just slave hand. Just a card trick, sir. Just a card trick.
The woman. So you're not magic after all, then? Is it just some ruse?
Bear looks to Flint. He's like, fucking hell, these people are stupid. This fucking slays in the Barak Empire.
So go on.
Bear's be like, look, it's just an interesting trick, alright? Fuck is wrong with you people? God.
Desmond Dresser.
Yeah, it is an impressive trick.
See?
Yeah,
They liked
I
it.
guess.
Yeah, fucking bunch of sycophants.
Here, Vern.
Ah.
She kind of bends over, kind of pulls him to the side. The folk here are very simple.
Yeah, thick as fuck they are.
That's another word for it, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so you might want to dumb it down a bit for them.
That was the easiest trick I fucking had. It's a card trick. You do that for kids.
Who's the stupidest person you've ever met?
A guy named Roderick.
Design all of your tricks for Roderick.
Fuck. I got no tricks. That was stupid. Okay, I'm just gonna go rip somebody off. He starts shuffling his deck to find somebody to play poker with.
Rosa just kind of shrugs like, I tried.
You know, I think he'll be an asset. I think he'll fit right in eventually.
Oh, yes. It's many talents and skills, I'm sure.
Just hope he and Vanya don't fight to the death.
Be kind of fun to watch, though, wouldn't it?
Probably would. Yeah, probably would.
All right, lead the way, Desmond. I'm your assistant
yes.
today.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's be off then. And Desmond will go towards the front door, open it, so Reza can pass through, and then shut up and start heading northbound.
All right. You pass through the familiar streets into Market Row, heading slightly north of that, before reaching the gate. The usual routine with the guard, the usual expectations of IDs, permits to pass through, reason, the brief interrogation before eventually you step through the gates into the East Commons district. Here the red crystal lit streets and the people here on offer, should I say, for Reza, obviously a class above what you've seen in lower streets. But again, I don't need to tell you this, you're all aware by now just how affluent East Commons district is compared to lower streets, Polter and Piker.
Yeah, I think Reza, she's going to be very, very circumspect up here and follow Desmond's lead. Like, she's not going to cause any kind of or do anything until after he accomplishes what he wants to accomplish, in case her activities force them to have to leave in a hurry.
Well, it occurs to me, I think normally you go and, find food to the south. Does it make a difference what you have.
Not really. I did think it was a bit about time to mix things up a little bit, because even missing forest bandits, if there's enough of them, somebody's bound to notice.
Yeah. Also, it's important to treat yourself every once in a while.
It really is.
I was about to say, it's kind of the difference between a McDonald's hamburger and something like Five Guys.
And also, if they've had a really good wine, it kind of spices things up a little bit.
Well. Well, all I can say is once more people have been having bloodshot, then you'll probably have a buffet.
Oh, no, I think I want to stay away from those people. I don't know what that would do to me.
Oh, well. Well, we'll find out. Although there are plenty of people at Asmon's. Maybe we can pick someone out or find someone on the way back. Whatever suits you.
If you do stop by Asmon's, I'll ask him if there's anybody he needs eliminated for free.
All right. Well, I had a word with him, I think just yesterday, so I'll let you speak to him. I'm going to be looking for someone in particular anyways.
Oh, is he going to be in Asmon's, maybe?
Well, that's where I know he goes, and he has a bit of a tab with him.
All right. So to Asmon's then.
Yes.
All right, lead the way.
That I shall. And Desmond's going to lead the way towards Asmon's.
All right.
And the entire way he's scanning, looking for somebody that fits the description that he has in his mind of Charlton Hestwood.
Roll me So go on.
No, I just got something. Go ahead.
Roll me a perception check, please, Desmond.
Of course. Not that I anticipate he's actually going to find him out here. It's just, but he's looking.
You certainly are looking. But absolutely, there is probably a multitude of people who are relatively tall, somewhat well built, but none of them seem to catch the eye as the individual you're searching for. With that, though, you begin to make your way through the East Commons district before finding your way towards the centre of the district, which is very close to the canal, and it's here where the Crimson Lotus, Asmon's main pleasure parlour, resides. And as you approach the large double doors, you're both beckoned in by various scantily clad individuals of all race and gender alike. Bear in mind, most of the time you've come here, it's been earlier in the day. This is now prime time. This is the true business hours of the Crimson Lotus. And as you're welcomed in, all of the chairs, all of the seats, the bar, full, rammed. There's men, women, draped over tables, over sofas, over chairs. Some even stood and sat on the bar. Drinks being passed around. And in this somewhat smoky atmosphere that faintly smells of flowers, perfume, and booze, you would see Asmund at the very far end sat with two ladies, one either side, at his usual table. And because his seat has the perfect view of the door, immediately, "Oi! Desmond! What's that? Here, that's not what you're doing here. In fact, you're only here the other day."
Desmond's gonna stick his hand up and start walking that way, rather than try to shout back across the entirety of the establishment. And, just kind of lead the way so Reza kind of can follow after. Oh, yes. Once he gets close. Oh, yes. Just let you know that thing is on the way. I think that Reza had something she wanted to bring to you, and of course, I've never seen it this busy. This is amazing.
Hey, a man's got to make some money somehow. But hey, I thought you know what we discussed, hey?
Oh yes.
Well, it's your lucky day. It's your lucky day indeed.
Oh, is it?
Aye, because shortly after you fucked off, our friend in question decided to make, or at least try and return. And I said, you've done good business here in the past, so allow me to offer you a line of credit.
And Asmund will jut with a thumb to the right, where at the far end, tucked half behind a curtain, Desmond, you would see an individual roughly 6.5 feet tall, well built, with almost shoulder length white blonde hair.
Do you have good taste? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yes. Well, yeah, that is good to know. I imagine he'll be quite content to be here for a little while. I do appreciate the heads up.
Oh, he'll certainly be here in a while, and in fact, I've actually offered him the place for the next week. You've got to keep individuals like that close if you want to have someone's favour owed. If you catch my drift.
Oh yes, I absolutely understand. Yes, very much so. Speaking of that, Reza, there was something you wanted to bring up.
Oh, yes.
Asmund will
Yes,
just
there was.
wave off one of the ladies alongside him and pat the couch next to him.
This one time, Reza kind of scooches in and cuddles up to Asmund so she can whisper in his ear.
He just smirks. He's well aware that, A, he's got no chance. B, you're not interested. But this is Asmund we're talking about. So he just
appearances are
this,
everything.
Yeah. He just offers you this giant smirk.
Alright. Oh, what? Feisty today, are we? So,
He lowers his voice.
sound like you two want to talk business this close, so. Go on.
Well, I'm really here on my business, which could potentially coincide with your business. And she kind of like boops his nose and then runs her finger down his chest slightly, so that anyone else looking at them would think she is flirting with him outrageously.
Roll me a perception check quick.
Oh, I hit the wrong up arrow.
Well, that's what we're trying to find out, whether you...
Shut up.
So, all I will say is that he seems to be a little, you're not sure whether he's on edge, flustered, or unnerved. This is the first time you've really done this to Asmund, and he was not expected. Like,
Don't worry. This is all for the observers.
Alright. In that case,
he claps a big, thick, meaty dwarven hand over your knee.
I'll
So?
ignore that for now.
It's all for the observers, as you were saying, so go on.
Well, my tastes are very particular, and I'm actually quite hungry. So I was wondering if there was anybody you would like to never see again.
I think what you're trying to tell me is that you want to take a fine man or lass out for dinner, eh?
Well, something like that, yes.
And with that, Asmund will have a glance around the tavern, and his eyes will focus on a rather bored-looking Kara, who's sat at the edge of the bar, fist curled, chin resting on it. And he'll sort of wave towards her.
Kara!
He'll just motion his head. Kara rolls her eyes, gets up from the bar and strides over to Asmund, and upon getting closer she notices Desmond and then Reza, and the bored expression quickly melts away to that of a warm smile as she offers you both a brief nod in greeting.
Nora, pleasure.
It has been a while. I'm glad to see you both. Hope you're all doing well beyond the walls.
Quite well, thank you.
Good. Now, what has our illustrious leader called me over for?
Well, about that,
And Asmund will flash an apologetic smile to Kara.
you mind taking Desmond and Dalisa here out into the back? As you can see, I'm a little bit preoccupied with...
Kara will roll her eyes again, noticing the various drinks and various other substances scattered across the table.
Have a look through the books first, would you, and see if there's anyone else who's not fucking Lord Arsehole over there who owes us a fair bit of coin, who is, tasteful.
Kara will offer a single nod in response and then motion towards a curtain that leads into the back rooms to both you and Desmond, Reza.
Reza will extricate herself from Asmund. Expertly. And head to the back room.
Don't be a
Desmond's
stranger,
going
Reza.
Go on, Desmond.
Desmond's gonna follow her, but like very it seems like he doesn't really want to leave. He doesn't want to lose eyes on the person in the back, but he starts walking and his body's moving and his head's turning, and eventually he just disappears through the curtain, following Reza. But it's clear that his mind is like all on one thing right now.
As you step into the back room through this crimson-coloured curtain, it leads into a relatively short corridor with a couple of doors either side, and Kara leads you to the far end as she opens the door. A room with 2 leather sofas on either side with a large table in the middle. A small cabinet just off to the back has a jug of wine and a few cups, and she'll go to the cabinet, pull out a jug, a couple of glasses, put them on the table, pour herself a drink first, down it, and then re-pour 3 more drinks, and then shuffle them in both of your direction before collapsing onto one of the sofas. So, welcome bit of a break from the circus in there.
Well, you know, it's good that Asmund has someone so capable to look out for things, but I imagine you might feel a bit underutilized or bored, maybe, from time to time.
Yes, it's turned very much from a job of me being out and about, meeting and greeting, to one of, well, administration and making sure the pampered oaf in the other room doesn't drink away all the profits.
Seems like your talents are a bit wasted then. Nothing against Asmund.
No, I begrudge him at times and moan, but again, granted, without his silver tongue and certain business acumen, then I don't think this place would be anywhere near half as busy as it is now. But anyway, that's a discussion for a later time. Debts, unpaid. I've got a list of names, individuals. Guess in response for you dealing with a couple of these, you wish something in return? And with that, Carl glanced towards you, Reza, with a bit of an arched brow.
No, the job will be its own reward.
So, a favour owed. Got it.
Hmm.
And she smirks slyly. Alright, well. She'll step back to the cabinet, open a drawer, lift up a fake bottom to the drawer and take out a small journal. As she places it on the table, she flicks through several pages before landing on a list of names. She turns the book around, pushes it towards your direction. She'll point to the top 7 or 8 names. Alongside each name, there's an address and an amount of coin owed. Each of them seems to be, anywhere from 80 silver to approximately a gold and a half. These are the individuals who owe us the most. Of course, unless you can... you should point to the very top name, which to you, Desmond, would be a very familiar one. This gentleman, I've been told we're... well, I don't know all the details, but for some reason he's back in the bar with a fresh tab. But, well, Asmund seems to want to keep him close. So apart from the gentleman at the top, the rest, well, she'll lean back in the chair, scoop the glass of wine from the table and start taking a couple of gulps from it.
Mm-mm. Yes, that one, we'll see you compensated. We'll see you right on that. I'll make it quick, too. And then he's going to turn his attention to Reza so she can start. I imagine it's going to look... It's the same kind of look as like someone looking at a menu, trying to size it up.
Yep, exactly. Is there anyone on here who will not be particularly missed that you're aware of?
Kara takes another gulp from the wine glass before leaning forward and pointing to the 4th name on the list. It is a female name. Sonara Alavar.
Have I seen or heard that name anywhere else before?
Want me a history check?
Okay.
$16. Alavar is a pretty common surname for a... I'll probably say with that, it seems to be a relatively common surname, so not one that would ring nobility. There are no other sort of elements to it that would signify her being part of like the Merchants Guild or anything like that. So, pretty safe to say that, judging that she's run up such a high debt with the Crimson Lotus, she is no doubt a merchant or of a merchant family, but it's definitely not a name that would be that would ring any alarm bells to you.
Okay. I'm intrigued. Do you know where she's usually is this time of evening?
Well, usually she would be here, but since we kicked her out for not paying, she's been frequenting for that matter, one of the lower rung establishments. Out the main entrance, take a left, third left, and you will see a somewhat pinkish, purplish hued building, or at least the doors are. That's the hovel where she tends to spend her days until, until we got our hands on her.
All right. I think I'm satisfied.
Kara flashes you a quick nod before closing the book. Is there anything else I can do for you while you're here?
Not for me. Desmond?
I believe that we have been very well seen to, and we'll make sure that this doesn't impose any more of a hindrance or burden on you than it has to. Make it quick.
Words like that are unnecessary, Desmond. I am more than familiar with your business acumen.
I like that business acumen.
In fact, Valentina has told me of the exploits in Malmstown not long ago. That was quite intriguing.
Yes. I suppose, word does travel. People do see things, hear things. It's rather exciting.
It is. Green lights in the sky, followed by a purple light which scoured an entire block out of the district. I dare say, whilst I don't wish to know the exact details, but if that was the outcome of you finishing a problem, well, there was definitely no one talking after that concluded, is there?
Must confess I don't have all the details about that part, just because I don't know about them. But clearly the exploits are known to who they must be.
Don't worry,
And
most of the details aren't out on the street. It's just, again, me, Valentina, and our sisters. We like to gossip between ourselves. Idle girl banter, of course.
It's good to have people in the know who know how to share things around to the right people. And
Yes. You and your
speaking
sisters
of
are invaluable. Oh, go ahead.
No, Desmond is gonna do this stupendously kind of awkward and it's very put on, but he's gonna do this. He's gonna attempt his best bow. I need the practice.
Roll me a performance check with advantage.
Okay.
Ooh. You say practice, Desmond, but it's almost like you've done this a million times before.
And then he'll stand back up. Oh, by your leave, we'll be on our way. Be about our business.
By my leave. It's rare for someone to talk so formally, but very well. And with that, Carl will offer a bit of a mocking, dismissive wave. You are dismissed. And she'll wink at you both.
See that? I did good. And he's going to say that, looking at Reza as he starts to walk.
You did. I'm quite impressed.
Dinner then? Or is that going to wait?
Well, what's our approach going to be with your project?
Come back at the wee hours when everyone's cleared off or it's closing time and do it then, probably.
All right, so yeah, we probably have time to knock my dinner plans out of the way first.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we take a left and then take the third left?
Well, it seems the natural course of things. I'll let you take the lead this time, though. You have more experience with it.
Well, thank you. You know, I do enjoy our outings together, Desmond. I feel like we don't spend enough time together.
Well, spend most of the time down in the bowels of the Undercroft, right? Or the Folly, which is much better, but not much reason to go out.
If, when we are successful, are you ready for more public life, potentially?
I should have to think so. I will need to be out and about, and there'll be all kinds of things to do and experience anew, so it'll have to happen.
I think you'll be fine.
Certainly hope so.
You've got all the rest of us to support you.
It'll be fine. We'll figure a way. It'll work. It has to. And we make things work.
We do. We do make things work.
Sometimes against all odds.
Those are my favorites.
I think we're
All right.
here.
Absolutely. At this point, you have begin to wind through the East Commons streets out of the Crimson Lotus before arriving at what seems to be a knockoff version of the Crimson Lotus. Here, it's basically called the Lilac Flower. And
oh, God.
It looks at one point as if it was a store. The storefronts, the windows have been boarded up, painted over with a rather muted lilac colour. The wooden doors also offer the same coloured paint that's just been hastily scrawled over. The sign, whilst chiselled and carved by a woodworker, doesn't have the same finesse that the Crimson Lotus does. So, yes, it still looks a damn sight better than most establishments. In fact, probably all of the establishments in lower streets and the slums. But for the Commons district, it's still a little. You can tell this place is not up to snuff compared to the Crimson Lotus, and the clientele and the available entertainers for the Lilac Flower are certainly not as eye-catching or perhaps have as much worldly belongings as those who visit Asmund's establishment.
Reza will lean over to Desmond and say, I wonder if they realize they've basically named this place the Flower Flower.
You know, I bet it hasn't occurred to them.
Probably.
And now, the distaste and disdain that I heard in Kara's voice makes sense.
Yes, it does. Right. Onward. And Reza will sort of like slink in like a person who is down on their luck but needs to find a place to satisfy their appetites.
All right. Sadly, I don't have an interior scene for this because I wasn't expecting it. But
We won't be there long, don't you worry.
Go on, Desmond.
Desmond's going to take a beat when she goes in because she doesn't want... he doesn't want Teresa to enter, then have someone that looks like they could be a child follow her in.
Yep.
So he's going to wait, like, count 10 to 15 before he enters.
All right. Reza, upon stepping into the lilac flower, you cast a glance around, and granted, this place is certainly nowhere near as busy as the Lotus. A lot of the tables are empty. A lot of the courtesans and knight gents seem to be either buffing their nails, slumped over the counter waiting for customers, with the exception of a few tables that are busy, in a small booth at the far end of the room has a woman, an individual who is currently being attended to by 3 gentlemen. One, a jug of wine in hand, and 2 others who are, well, making busy.
Is there room at her table for another person to sit down?
Absolutely, yeah. There's absolutely. This place is. It used to be an old store, so it is quite big, and there is a lot of space. Each table can easily seat 6 to 8 people.
So Reza will just go over and slink next to the table and just kind of sit there and wait for the patron to say something. She's just kind of staring at her with an expression.
Which she will immediately pipe up. I am sorry, but I don't believe you have paid for these. These are... Unless you wish to chip in.
I'm not here for them.
Oh. She'll give you this half scowl of annoyance that you've interrupted her evening, and half of intrigue. It's very rare for someone to approach someone this brazenly in a brothel. You are here for moi?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Alright. She doesn't know why. At this somewhat brief meeting, she does understand that you're not here on the premise of butting into her dancers and seeing the gentleman entertain both her and you at her expense. So she'll wave the gent to her side with the wine jug off as she turns her attention towards you, Reza. puts one hand under the table and the other she rests on her chin. And may I inquire as to your business with me on this evening when I was trying to enjoy myself?
Oh, I've been watching you for some time. Sonara.
She throws you a nervous glance. I see, and don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. And you are?
Your greatest admirer.
I'm going to say roll me a deception check, but to be honest, I think it's pretty obvious that this is not you trying to court her.
No. Reza is very obviously putting out the vibe that she wants something from her. But it's her life.
Yeah, Sonara will raise a brow. She still does have a hand under the table as she leans back ever so slightly in the chair. And it's at that moment we'll take a quick break because the adverts are running. So, pee break?
Sounds good.
Good timing.
Good timing. Excellent. All right, folks, we will be but a moment. Let me throw up the old banner. No, that one. Done. I can also take this opportunity. Rayvon, thank you for getting your bits out. All 100 of them. I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate it. But yeah, we will be right back while we refill our glasses and nip to the loo. And throw the music up just a touch. Alright, won't be a second. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome.
Thank you. Holy shit, Des, that emote is huge. What the fuck?
It's you for spending bits, you can turn one of your fucking
Oh my
emotes
god.
giant. It's obnoxious.
That's amazing. That's not obnoxious. That's amazing. I love it.
You say that until somebody from a different channel comes in and spams a million of them.
Oh, that's. I mean... shows how often I keep up with the new stuff in Switch.
It only came out this week.
Did it? Fair. Fair.
Yeah.
Well, it does. Cheers for the 30 bits. I appreciate it. And the first giant emoji is Solution Smug. Ever. Oh dear. You learn something new every day. Alright. That is fucking huge though.
That's what she said.
Wait.
Yes.
Don't
No?
worry, I've not forgot about you. I've not forgot about you, Vanya.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Just wait and see.
That sounds evil.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so, Reza, are you back?
I am.
Excellent. Alright, picking up from where we left off before the brief break. God damn it, Des. The woman's looking pretty uneasy at this whole encounter. To the point where she now dismisses the 3 gentlemen that have been serving her for the evening. You see one of them reach out a hand to be paid, and her immediately cold glare across her face. Just, later, I'm...
Reza puts up a hand, pulls out her coin pouch, and gives the man a silver.
He offers you a thankful half bow before returning a quick glare to his previous customer, eventually leaving the both of you alone.
I will get to the point, Sonara, darling. I'm very much aware of your risky little debt with the Crimson Lotus, and I've made a deal. 30 minutes with me, and your debts will be completely wiped clean.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh no, she gets the complete wrong idea. Glances up and down over you, Reza, brow arched. Seeing that you are easily a cut above what even the Lotus offers, she'll stroke her chin and... Alright. But, well... I know I've worked up quite the debt, just not the face.
But...
if you are too rough.
Oh, you have the completely wrong idea. It won't hurt a bit. You might even enjoy it for a little bit. Come along, dear. And Reza gets up and, is there an easily identifiable back door to this establishment?
Absolutely. Yeah. If not one, there would probably be at least 2 or 3.
She gets up and walks out to a back door, expecting Sonara to follow her.
Without a skip of a heartbeat, she follows you out. Desmond, you would no doubt see this as Reza pretty much sits down, has a brief conversation, and then stands up and walks away with the woman.
Desmond is going to go back outside the front and just watch the front door because he doesn't want to go through and draw attention. And
I would also imagine that when you stepped in, there would probably be the odd call of, whoa. No, lad, too young. Nothing for you, mate. Go on, get out.
Can't blame a guy for trying. And then
and he's just gonna watch the front of the building and make sure, like, if this lady he saw sprints full, he's fully intends to just level her.
So as soon as Reza gets outside, she's kind of like gonna scope the area out. What is there an alley? Is there anyone else around?
No,
What,
no.
what does what does it look like?
Basically, as you step out into the back, it would lead to a small closed-off courtyard, a couple of private booths that you get the impression this is very much a secluded area that they typically would use for higher-paying customers, people who would, want a little bit of privacy, a bit of secrecy. But at the same time, considering how business has been slow, the odd escort you would pass, they just don't seem to care anymore. There would be one or two walls that you would be able to climb over to escape. But no, for all intents and purposes, for your average townsperson, this is very much a closed-off courtyard.
All right, she goes and slides into, or goes towards like the darkest section of the courtyard.
Yep, there'd be like a couple of booths that are separated by wooden slats to offer privacy to those inside.
Okay. And then as soon as Sonara slides in next to her, she's just going to clap a hand over her mouth and sink into her neck.
All right. As soon as she stepped in, she started to loosen the scarf around her neck, and it's as soon as the scarf falls to the ground, Reza, that's the moment where you clasp a hand over her mouth and begin to feed.
Yummy.
Do you need any HP regain?
I do, actually.
Do you? All
I
right.
do.
Roll me a fanged bite attack. I will give you a. You've got the Fury points there to use it. So yeah, roll a straight fanged bite. Just damage. Don't need to roll attack.
The versatile.
Absolutely versatile for the healing. We'll double that because it depends. Are you just having a light snack, or are you going all in?
Oh no, there will be nothing left but a husk.
All right. In that case, yeah, I'll let you double that.
Okay.
As you are welcome. As you drain the blood from this poor soul, eventually let go, dropping the lifeless, desiccated corpse to the floor below.
She's gonna take her clothes.
Yeah, she seems to have this almost like a leather explorer's hat, one that you would typically find outside in, for example, the Barak Empire. Who, those who go through forests. She would have a pretty hefty coin pouch that would easily contain. In fact, roll me 2d100. So yeah, apart from the coin pouch, the other items of clothing would be, just a shawl or a cloak that's thrown over, and a relatively decent looking dress, knee-high leather boots. As for the coin pouch itself, you would find roughly, let's say 28 silver, and then a couple of other smaller gemstones that would, if traded in, basically equate to 108 silver worth of coin.
Nice.
And a dagger. Just it's a plain old dagger, but one that is still, there's a couple of inscriptions on it. This is something that's, again, a somewhat wealthy merchant would no doubt have had made for them.
I'm
Nothing crazy,
gathering
nothing
that's what she
magical.
was grasping under the table.
Absolutely, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's nothing crazy or fancy. It's just a well forged blade with a couple of words inscribed into the handle.
Okay.
But with that, you are indeed fed, at least for another week. And that meal, well, a slightly higher class of individual from the Commons District, one who's not fed on filth, on rat, on boiled mushrooms. It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Reza is like practically glowing. She's like, I gotta come up here more often. They have good food up here. So she stripped the body of anything that could identify it and kind of like shoved it under the bench stool.
Yeah, I would imagine there'd be a couple of barrels and things like that around as well, just various places for you to, so it wouldn't be found immediately.
I mean, it looks like it's been dead for a really long time at this point, so no one will have any idea how long it's been there. So she then walks around to the front of the establishment without going back in and nods to Desmond.
Oh, that seems to have gone swimmingly.
It's delicious.
Well, if that's if you've got that sorted, we should probably head back, and I'll tell the others the situation that we have. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Lead the way.
You do look a lot better now. Not that you looked bad before, but
It
you look
makes a
springy
difference.
now.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Desmond, there really is a difference. I wonder if you'll notice the same thing in terms of your current form to the health of hopefully your future form. I wonder if it'll just feel healthier. I just feel healthier.
Yes, my only real concern is that they're a bit of a, lout who whores about, so I'm hoping I don't experience syphilis or something like that.
That would be uncomfortable.
So, with this conversation going back and forth, Night Fox, welcome into the madness. We run a very adult dark fantasy campaign, and we love every minute of it. As you probably just potentially saw, our resident vampire just drain the life from an individual for their weekly feeding session. But with that, Desmond, Reza, you step away from the Lilac Flower brothel back into the East Common streets. I'm going to come back to you, Desmond, in a little while. If that's all right. Because I imagine the plan now is to, well, in fact, is it to scope out the individual you're after?
No, we're going to go back into lower streets.
All right, okay.
And basically, because we know where the guy is at, he has no reason to leave.
Yep.
So basically, Desmond's just looking at getting it squared away, so everybody can just act on it. It should be smooth, but probably bring everyone in just to make sure that nothing goes wrong. And that's the intention, is to wait until the wee hours of the morning and then nab the guy.
Yeah. Well, Asmund said that he's basically offered him an extended line of credit for the week. So you know that Asmund's got your back with that, at least, to keep him coming back to the Crimson Lotus at least for the next week. But, well, if that's the case, if you're both going to have a trot back towards the folly, Vanya, shall we see how things go with you?
If you guys dare.
All right, so let's. Whilst Desmond and Reza are out on their, as chat says, their date, Vanya, what have you been up to?
Mommy son night out.
Yeah.
It's trying to trigger Vanya right now.
Breathe deep.
She's not there, so it didn't happen. So what she's been up to is kind of like before, she's been focusing her time on moving all of these pots and pans back and forth from Dwyn's Undercroft shop to Francis's cooking area, and is hoping once she has all of them there to have a discussion with Francis.
All right. So, with the various pots and pans and other miscellaneous items stowed in the corner of the Baron's Folly kitchen, you bring in the last cooking pot, Vanya, place it on the table, and Francis is stood there, arms folded, big smile on his drooping features as he looks over. You brought me a gift last week, huh? Is it my birthday?
And not exactly. It's an offering.
Oh, it's just a gift for me, is it? Well, it's been a while since someone will give me a gift. But, I'll happily take them.
No. Gift is gift's not the right term. Maybe a trade?
Yeah. He scratches his beard, looks over this huge pile of kitchen utensils.
I've not really got much to trade, Most of my stuff is, I've got a rat.
He'll fish out this rat that's still squeaking, still alive from a barrel.
It's still squeaking.
No, no. Okay.
And as you say no, he just quickly chops the back of the rat's head and throws it into the giant crucible / cauldron in the center of the room that's bubbling away.
Now, that's what I wanted to kind of talk about. So, okay. Just take a moment, Francis. Look at me.
It turns to look at you. One eye slightly lazier than the other. It takes a moment for it to focus on you as he then nods.
Yeah.
All right. Now, just imagine. And she kind of does like the imagine hand. It's a semicircle above her. You're in the kitchen. Yeah, you're in the kitchen, which you are right now, right? Yeah, this is literally you're in the kitchen, but imagine you're in your dream kitchen, okay? Are you there?
Sure, why not?
And the day is streaming through the door or window, whichever. And you just...
I've only got one window.
And he points to the small window on the door.
Well, that one.
Hey, Namaste.
And it just feels like a great day, right? Are you feeling it?
No.
Well, let me get you there, okay? And she hands him one of the pans from the pile.
All right, he takes it in hand, spins it a couple of times, looks over it, nods in approval.
You know, caress it, touch it, get to know it. Rub it on you.
He does exactly that. He takes the pan, he scratches it against his beard, flips it round on the inside, scratches it under his chin, nods, licks it. It's a good
Now, think about it. You've just gotten this pan crafted for even heat distribution. It's unlike the one that you have, and she points towards this massive cauldron.
Yep, the giant brass cauldron. In fact, it's not a cauldron, it's an
Crucible.
An old forge crucible that is in the centre of the kitchen at this point. He looks at it and like, yeah. I mean, best thing I ever got.
Well, it's archaic, but imagine this pot in your hand, its surface gleaming with possibility as you cook with it. It isn't just cooking, Francis. It's a symphony of flavors. Imagine a canvas for your culinary dreams, wouldn't you say?
At this point, his eyes have glazed over, Vanya. He's just staring at you, but not more like 2 or 3 feet behind you. Like, yeah. But it's just a pan, you know. I mean, that cauldron can fit like, I don't know, 50 rats and make all the soup for everyone.
No, it's not just a pan. It's not just 50 meals or 10 meals or every dish that you craft becomes a story told on a plate, right? A way to connect with those who gather around your food.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now hold on, hear me out. Now, your pot, and she points towards the crucible, the cauldron.
Yeah.
It takes forever to heat up, and honestly, who needs that much rat stew? And half of it's stuck to the bottom and burnt because it doesn't have even heat distribution.
I mean, roll me a persuasion check, please, Vanya. I never thought you'd come at this with some sort of logic. Fair play.
Really had to think about this because I had to sell it.
All right, so Francis looks around the kitchen, looks towards this ridiculously oversized crucible that's currently being used as a stewing pot, and just, I mean, you got a point. You know, there's a lot of the rats that sort of stick to the bottom. I mean, it has flavour, but they've been in there for quite a while now.
You aren't cleaning this daily?
No. I mean, have you seen the size of it? You know, I could sit in that. There's no way I'm going to get in there, so I've just been sort of, boiling it, stewing it, boiling it. Everyone loves it.
As it develops the flavors. But with these, you can, let's say something's not successful, it's easier to clean. They're not as moving on. So look at this pile over here that I have for you. These are sleek, personalized even. They have your initials on them. They even come in kind of a fun set. Let's think about this pan that you're holding right now. It's a saucepan for serving your saucy delights. You no longer have to dump everything into one thing. You can get creative with it. You have a large pot for steaming the bread that you make. What about steaming the bread in a larger one? Well, it's not quite as large as this one, but trust me, it'll cook anything to your heart's desire. Now, wait. I see your apprehension. These beauties, look at them. They just glisten. They're new. They will heat up in half the time as this one. Imagine, like, right now what you're doing is you're boiling water, but it feels like you're, like, heating up a glacier. Like, it just takes forever, right?
I mean, that's the secret, you know. You sort of keep it a constant simmer, you know. I mean, granted, Falco's been moaning at me for the amount of fuel I'm using, so I'll cut down on it, because at the end of the day, you know, if he's sort of, you know, I'm getting it in the head from Falco, and then Falco's probably getting it from Garrett.
Yes. Imagine the reduction of bitching that you're getting.
Roll me another persuasion check, please, Vanya. Let's see how many strikes we can get on this whole little encounter. For what you're... how much can you butter him up? Oh my god! Alright. Francis runs a hand through his grease-slicked beard and nods.
I guess you've got a point there. Alright. Go on.
Okay. So let me leave you with this. This new set will usher in a golden age of stress-free because you don't have Garrett or Falco breathing down your neck and perfectly cooked meals. Your initials are on them. You will be the envy of all kitchens. And so, let's say this. Let me ask you a question. Are you ready to transform your kitchen into a space of inspiration? Now, hold on before you answer that. With the right tools, every meal becomes a masterpiece. Every bite, a celebration. Let's unlock the potential within you with these new pots and pans. And she motions towards them.
He'll nod.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, I can sort of, you know, we've got the pot. So if you can ask Garrett, right, to get me a new stove over there. In fact, maybe we could knock that wall through and I could have, like, part of the basement as, you know, as a new cooking area. Then that'd be
Just, you know, chef kiss.
That'd be great.
Okay, well,
rat
I
balls
will
are a
go.
thing.
I will go ask for those things for you, but I am going to take your relic off of you, and it's going to give you more room to, you know, maneuver around in the kitchen.
Anyway, you want my cauldron?
Yeah, that's why I'm giving you these pots and pans with your initials on it.
Wait. So I get like all the small things, right? Yeah. And
you have some large ones. Yeah.
Yeah, but and he'll take the biggest pan there, which is probably, I would say, 2 foot in diameter. You know, quite a large.
So I get this.
And he hoists up this large boiling pot and then points to this cauldron that could easily fit probably 2 or 3 fully sized adults in if you squish them in.
And you want that?
Yes. Now just imagine how it's going to elevate your food. You're no longer going to have whatever continual burntness that is caking up in the bottom of that because you have that even heat distribution.
I would imagine at this moment, Reza, Desmond, you return.
I mean, we probably would be getting back. But we'd be coming through the front door, so I don't know if we would be,
Okay.
a part of that situation right yet.
Yeah.
And at this point, so if they're coming through the front door,
Mhm.
they're going to hear Vanya, like, she's getting a little worried that he isn't getting convinced. And so her volume is going to elevate. And
Yeah, well-
she's going to say,
No. I mean, that's a small part, you know. I mean,
No, Francis, you're not hearing me out. It's still big. I will pay out of my own pocket and not out of Garrett's to get you a new stove if you take these pots. And they will
Ooh.
transform your cooking.
Roll me a
Reza.
persuasion. Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, Vanya, roll me a persuasion check. Whilst you're doing that, go on, Reza.
Reza can hear the echoes of this when they walk in, I'm imagining.
Yes, yeah. At this point, even over the din and the, I would imagine at this point, as Vanya's volume begins to increase, the tavern starts to go quiet as everyone starts listening in to this argument coming from the kitchen, or not so much argument, but the raising of voice from the kitchen. Even you, Vern, would.
Oh, Vin's taking bets.
You see a crowd gathered around the bar. In fact, I would imagine at this point, all of the tables are empty and everyone's just huddled around the bar. Vern stood on the bar. Julian, the barkeep, is stood polishing a glass, this smirk on his face.
I suddenly feeling urged not to go into the kitchen. I'm just going to be over here with everybody else.
Vin will spot you, but like, hey, you guys in? I'll put you in for 3 silver each. Which way you want to go?
What? Wait, what? What did we? What did?
What's the bet?
See who gets a cold one. They've been at this for fucking like 15, 20 minutes. It's great.
You know what? Francis is a stubborn old coot, but I know how persistent Vanya is. Here's 3. So I'm gonna put it on Vanya.
You just hear a couple of the punters go, "No, don't change for you, old man Francis here. He's stubborn as a fucking old mule, him."
Listen, you have not lived with Vanya. You don't know.
And then you hear from the kitchen Vanya yell out, "Just give the pot a try! Just right now, let's cook something, and with what you have in your pot right now, let's cook something in this pot, and let's taste it and compare."
All right, you're on. Yeah. You use them. Right, the kitchen's yours. Right, you use that pot. Yeah. And I'll.
No. You need to do it because it needs to be your recipe, because it needs to be the same so that you can taste how the even heat distribution and how it just kind of bubbles it up and it doesn't have the burnt taste. I need you to recreate that in the pot right there that's in this pot so that you can taste the difference.
Fine. All right.
So with that, Francis rolls his sleeves up, wipes down his apron. Now, granted, Francis has had the same apron for perhaps all of his life. This thing is stained brown, not with dirt, but with just dried blood of the the rats and various other meats that he's carved up over the years. And with that, he just looks at you defiantly, and you,
Go on then. I'll go. Yeah, my kitchen. I'll do it.
No. I will stay in here and I will see what you are doing, because I don't even know at this point. I don't even know what we're arguing about, but I feel like maybe you might put something in there that doesn't go with your recipe, but I don't know your recipe, but I can tell if you're trying to taint it. I'm
Francis
watching you.
recoils in horror. The fact that you would assume. Go on, Desmond.
Desmond is going to take 3 silver out of the bag, one of the bags that Asmund gave him. I'm going to put 3 on Francis to Vern. And then over this, he's going to yell, "You can't have 2 cooks in a kitchen, Vanya."
She's so enthralled in what's going on, she didn't hear that.
Francis is fired up and also absolutely enraged that you would insinuate he would sabotage his own cooking in his own kitchen. A string of expletives leave his mouth, so guttural and mumbled that you can't pick out exactly what he says. It's just this continual string of verbal diarrhea of insults as he begins to get to work. He grabs a couple of rats out of a barrel, cracks them at the back of the head, takes a cleaver, heads off, tail off, runs a knife, belly, peels, pot, water.
Can she sense kind of kind of body language and all of that?
Oh, he wants. He's. Roll me an insight check, quick. Just to, I'll give you the extent of what. Your rolls have been on fire tonight, Vanya.
I'm gonna waste it all on this.
He's doing this to. You get the impression he's doing it to prove a point that he would never taint his own cooking. So this is very much he is doing exactly what he would do for the usual stew in the giant ancient crucible.
So with that, Vanya's gonna go up to him and get uncomfortably close and whisper in his ear and say, "Let the anger light your passion." And then step away.
Is that bardic inspiration for Francis?
It is.
All right. Throw us up a bardic inspiration, Vanya. Over the next 5 or 10 minutes, he begins to chop up a few of the rare herbs that Garrett gave him, along with the mushrooms and root vegetables that typically go into the stew. He performs each task meticulously, perfectly, and assembles the base ingredients for this stew. As everything goes into the pot, you just see him trudge outside, angrily slamming the door open and close as he steps into the alley, goes to the well, pumps a few buckets of water, staggers back into the kitchen, water in, and then with that puts the new stewing pot over one of the stoves. And then at that, he folds his arms, turns around to glare at you, Vanya.
Mm-hmm. She holds a finger up and she says, "Is it ready?"
No. 40 minutes.
All right. While that happens, she says to him, she goes, "I'll be right back." And she goes into the
Take your fucking time. As you step out of the kitchen and into the folly, you hear a flurry of activity as there seems to be the entire tavern is now crowded around the bar, trying to get as close to the kitchen door as possible. Vern stood on the counter. Reza and Desmond sat on one of the stools.
What is going on here?
Yeah, well, you see, what it is we're all rooting for you. Go Team Vanya. Right?
Go. Team Vanya, go.
I put my coin on Francis.
Can she sense some dishonesty coming from Vern?
Vern, roll me a deception check. Vanya, roll me an insight check.
You're fucked.
What?
Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not. No, Vern. He seems. I'll leave it to you two. Sorry, just one quick question. Your bardic inspiration, Vanya, is 1d6 or 1d8?
No, it's more than, I believe it's 1d8 now
1d8,
since I've went up.
All right.
Now, and did she
Oh,
meet
God.
Vern already?
It's up to you. You guys, this is entirely. I'm going to step back as DM and let you guys figure this bit out.
So, Lucius, have we met yet?
Yeah. You questioned what his skills were.
Yeah. I was already like
nearly had a wizard's
skeptical of
duel.
him. Yeah. She's already pissed off at him. Okay, that makes sense. Are you
What?
Did you guys hear us in there? And I'm only saying that because Desmond said that he's betting on Francis.
About 20 to 30 individuals gathered around the bar just suddenly turned their heads away from you, Vanya. A couple of them whistling, a couple of them just, oh, look, I didn't know they've got, look at the masonry work on this place. They must have tarted the place up a bit.
This changes things. And she glares at Vern.
Hey, I want you to win. Because these mugs they all put their money on Francis. If you win, I'll make a fucking killing.
Well, I was coming out here to get taste testers, but now I don't trust any of you. And then she walks into the kitchen and then goes down to the undercroft to find Garrett.
Oh no. So, Vanya, you storm out of the folly into the kitchen. Francis takes no notice. He's there, stirring the pot, taking a ladle of water, sipping it before carrying on. You make your way down into the basement of the folly, head to the secret door, open it, head into the undercroft. Whilst you're doing that, Desmond, Reza, Vern, anything you wish to say to each other before we cut to Garrett?
I'm content to let her continue this with Garrett.
Yeah, we're good.
We want to see what happens.
All right.
I don't need bias taste testing.
So, you storm down the corridor of the Undercroft, your footsteps echoing on the cobbles as you reach the end where it splits off. To your left, excuse me, to your left is the currently being, nearly constructed fighting pit and underground bar. Ahead of you, your personal chambers, and then to the right, the door that's currently covered in a multitude of thorny roots and vines.
Before she wait, is Dwayne close?
Dwen would be in the underground bar, working.
So would she pass that before she goes to Garrett?
Yeah. So imagine basically the end of the corridor is like a junction. Straight ahead leads you into your personal court, into the chambers where you all have your rooms. The left door takes you into the underground bar. The right door takes you into the thorn room.
So she's gonna proposition Dwayne to be a taste tester too, before she gets to Garrett.
So you step into the underground bar. You see Dwen, the rather large half-orcan woman, just sawing away at a piece of timber. And as you step in, she casts a glance in your direction.
Ah, Vanya, good to see you. All right.
I need some unbiased opinions. Apparently, people have been tainted in the folly, and I'm gonna need some taste testing for Francis's cooking, and that's all that I'm gonna give you, because I do not want to persuade you in any way.
Dwen arches a brow.
A tester for Francis's cooking. Now, I have seen what he uses up there, and I mean,
She'll look around at the bar that she's currently finishing off and nods.
all right, I'll, sure, why not? I'm getting a little peckish. Bites to eat. On one condition.
And Dwen flashes you a sly smirk, Vanya.
Mm?
I've been working ever so hard down here, and, well, I've grown ever so thirsty. Perhaps a tipple, perhaps something from the top shelf might sate me, and
She'll just wink.
Not a problem. Grab whatever you like.
As she puts down tools, puffs her chest up and nods, and walks past you, Vanya, she'll just tap you on the head, ruffle your hair a little bit. Now, bear in mind, Dwen
Now-
is...
Now, Dwen,
yes.
please do not drink this now. And wait until after the taste testing, because I don't want it to mute your taste buds.
Of course, I will drink after this little testing. Sure.
Now, when I say whatever you like, that's one bottle, right?
Yeah. Yes. Enough to drink. Sure.
And with that, she'll skip down the corridors to the undercroft. Open the door, step into the basement, close the door behind her. Gone.
And Vanya is like, if she drinks the most expensive thing that we have, she'll just make up for it, with whatever revenue that she has coming in. But it's not to be biased for her to pick whatever thing that Francis cooks, because she wants this to be a true competition.
Sure.
And now she heads in front of Garrett's store.
As you step close, Elias, the treant that basically encompasses the basement of the Undercroft, he doesn't immediately retract the roots. You see them for a brief moment begin to start pulling back, and then, if I hang on, hold.
He's gonna whisper, Elias.
Elias feels something off, and he doesn't open the door. The various gnarled roots remain in place.
He's gonna get a little frustrated, and she's gonna say, Elias, all right, so you're sensing some passion from me right now. And although I have a lot of passion, this passion needs Garrett's insight. I'm not gonna harm him. I don't think what is going on is going to harm him. It is Francis's cooking, so I cannot completely ensure that.
As soon as you mention Francis's cooking and needing Garrett's attention, Elias pulls the roots back away from the door. Garrett, what does she see as the door opens?
Me working on my workbench and the little cipher shrine in the corner of the room behind me.
Her first thought is going to be, this hasn't been an issue before. Or it has been an issue before, because it's been like an immediate, opening. And that kind of concerned her a little bit, because she's like, oh, Francis's cooking has caused alarm before. And that's why she is able to get in. And then she's going to see what Garrett is working on, and then kind of get a little sad and slowly approach, not to startle him, but make steps loud enough where he can hear her and not do anything out of shock to potentially harm her.
So Garrett, hearing these footsteps behind you, you get an inkling straight away, a single root from Elias would have no doubt dropped from the ceiling and motioned towards the door.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Vanya.
Hi, Garrett. How are you?
Busy.
You doing okay?
Yes.
You
Just
need
keeping
anything?
busy. No.
You need a hug?
Definitely not.
I mean, I'll give you one if you need one. I mean, just you. I know sometimes it's hard for people to ask. So you don't have to ask. Just wink at me if you need one.
You just get a dead-eyed stare, unblinking. What can I do for you, Vanya?
I need somebody who can speak the truth and have an unbiased opinion about things.
For what?
For Francis's cooking.
I'm sorry. What's going on?
He's gonna make 2 dishes. The same dishes. And you are going to tell him which is the best.
Okay, well, let's make this fair. He makes the 2 dishes. They're put side by side. I don't know which one's which, and I will tell you which one I think is the tastiest.
Exactly, because all of the individuals in the folly right now are tainted by Vern.
And when will this competition start?
She thinks on it, and she's
About,
like, in
about
10,
20 minutes. Yeah, 10, 20 minutes.
10 to 20 minutes, I'll need you upstairs, you and Dwyn, which have not been tainted by Vern's words or touch. I don't know what he does up there, but I need unbiased opinions, and I need you both to get up there. Do not speak a word to Vern before any of the taste testing happens. And she's going to think about, like, she's going to go to Dwyn and say the same thing afterwards.
Garrett.
Let's do this at the bar, you think? Upstairs in the folly?
Fine. Give me 15 minutes or so to finish what I'm doing, and then I'll meet you up in the bar.
Perfect. When you go by, will you grab Dwyn, please?
Dwen's already gone. She's left. She's already gone upstairs. She left. She left earlier. She's gone. Yeah, you remember me saying she went down the corridor, up the stairs, into the basement, closed the door?
All right. Well, Vanya is going to go up to the kitchen and then now put her ear towards the door to see if Vern is trying to paint.
All right. So as you
What's
step
going
away, Garrett, is there anything you wish to add to what you're doing, or are you happy?
No, I'm fine.
All right. So you had a few things to tend to in the Undercroft, in the Thorn Room. In the Folly itself, though, Vern And the rest of you, who are, bear in mind, you know, the 30 to 40 punters still in the folly are gathered around the counter still. Dwen steps in, somewhat surprised at this gaggle of individuals around the door. I wasn't expecting an audience. And she'll just look round, look at the shelf as she steps into the folly, reaches up high, takes a bottle from the top shelf, pops the cork, sniffs it, takes a swig, shakes her head, puts the cork back in, puts the bottle back, takes another bottle, uncorks it, sniffs it, sip. That'll do. And she'll just plonk herself down on one of the stalls. Now, bear in mind, the vast majority of the customers would stand aside for Dwen, as she just sits down on one of the stalls and glances around. Something about a taste test? She begins to drink.
Oh yeah. What? Whose team you on? Team Vanya or Team Francis?
I'm not entirely certain. Benny just said, come up here and sample some food for her.
All right, we're taking bets.
All right, what's the
You want
pool,
in?
lads?
Well, Francis is ahead, like 6-1. Vanya's trailing way behind.
With that being the adverts, do you want to call a very quick BRB there?
Yes, I need to pee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm drowning.
Yeah. I got this. All right. So with the Twitch advert, beat you to it today, Durs. With everyone gathered around Dwen, we'll call a very quick pee break and a refill o'clock. But yeah, Night Fox, welcoming. Normally, this campaign swings between being incredibly dark and mature to scenes like this where it's pure memes. But just to give you a brief rundown, since we're on a bit of a break, we have Vanya. Vanya is a bard who comes from a city far north, a mage's academy. She is not too familiar with the city of Novostoya, where we have our campaign set. We've then got Teresa, who is a vampire. After that, Desmond, the murder mannequin. He is a small boy who's actually basically a ceramic puppet controlled by the remnant organs of a child. I think about 150, 200 years old. After that, we have Garrett, who has some ties to the Fey realm. And then Vern, who is a new character. This is the second episode Vern's been in. We don't know much about him apart from him being a bit of a swindler. Obviously, gnomish. So yeah. Basically, this is a dark fantasy campaign about a bunch of misfits in a city ruled by vampires, where if their secret ever got out, so whether they're if people knew they were high mages, a vampire, a failing, and a murder mannequin, the Crimson Court, the people, the vampires who run the city will be like, no, it's far too much trouble, kill them. This is very much a campaign where the city guard are not your stereotypical, we'll run away from the city guard and hide, they're all idiots. No, the city guard in this campaign are a military force who are very, very scary. So you do not ever want to attract the attention of the wardens. But yeah, basically we basically run this campaign just purely in this city known as Novostoya. And just to show you the map, this is an absolute huge... In fact, let me get rid of the banner for a second. Yeah, the city itself is enormous. An absolute sprawling medieval dark fantasy slum. This area here, so far in the last 60 episodes, we've only really dealt with what we call the slums district of the city. So this would be lower streets where the Baron's Folly, now the Baron's Folly is the tavern that they own. They inherited the tavern from a dwarf called Asmund Mason, who now owns a brothel up here called the Crimson Lotus. Basically, this place here, where the wall starts, this is the city proper. This is where all of the normal people live, where the vampires of the Crimson Court, they only care about the actual city. Everyone outside of the city here in lower streets, in the Polter district, in Market Row, Piker district, and of course some of the outlying towns, they don't care. They don't care what happens to the unwashed masses. And that's why for the last 60 or so episodes, the crew have managed to not draw too much attention to themselves, because they've operated outside of the city limits. Now, there has been run-ins with the city guard and some of their top agents known as Inquisitors, who are, if you are familiar with Warhammer, the best analogy I could give is, imagine a 8 to 10 foot tall space marine. They are the Inquisitors, or at least some of them are these giant 8 foot tall machines of war who do the bidding of the Crimson Court. Go on, Desmond, I think you've got something to say on that.
The one in particular that we dealt with, he was basically a Sigmarite war priest that was the size of a space marine. He was massive. It was like he swung around a mace that was the size of like a tolling bell for a church. And just scary.
Don't forget to use people as fucking human javelins.
Yes. He threw people like spears at a vampire. So the general theme is you don't fuck with them.
Correct. The other Inquisitor that you haven't personally seen but have heard about was a high-level mage who basically scoured an entire postcode out of the slums with a wall of disintegration. A 400-foot wide, 500-foot long part of the slums was disintegrated by another one of these Inquisitors, and he sacrificed 8 of his cohorts to cast the spell. So yeah, it's a very dark setting, but at the same time, we do have these moments where we try to inject some humor, some entertainment, because otherwise it'd just be too much. Yeah. The Crimson Court and their agents are people you don't want to mess with. But with that, it sounds like we're all starting to get back.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. So, Vanya, are you good?
I'm here and skeptical.
Excellent. So, with that then, as you're all gathered around the bar, the odds from Vern have been spouted. Dwen will raise a brow, reach into her carpenter's apron, pull out a silver coin and place it on the table. Let's, Is this to say what? That Vanya's cooking is better?
We're not sure of the details, but Vanya's got a bet going for that big cauldron out back.
No, in that case, silver coin on Francis. Silver coin on Francis.
All right. And what you need? Vern's got a little
Dwayne.
pocketbook out. Okay. I'll remember that.
All right, Vanya, what are you doing?
So she has come back through the kitchen into the folly.
Mm-hmm.
Spots Dwyn and sees that Vern is close. Gonna look at Dwyn, look at Vern,
Dwayne
look at
just
Dwyn.
raises the bottle in her hand in greeting and then takes a big swig from it.
And she's gonna decipher if they're close enough, if they've had a conversation.
Roll me an insight check. Vern, roll me a deception check. Oh no. Oh, Dwen's very good. Holy shit. One off a crit. Dwen's just drinking from the bottle, completely nonchalantly. Doesn't give off any vibes of whether she'd had a conversation with Vern. She's only really interested in the drink in hand. She's not one for deceiving you, Vanya, and you know that. And as for Vern, yes, he is close, but
He might just be trying to get a look down the top, because
oh no,
Dev.
oh no, there's not gonna think for Dwen.
I
Get that
mean,
flying with shade.
Oh,
okay, why not?
all right. So no, you wouldn't really, again, yes, they're close, but whether it's you wouldn't be able to tell whether or not they've had discussions.
So Vanya's gonna go up to Dwyn in front of her because she's sitting at the bar, right?
Yes, yeah.
Now, Dwyn,
Yes.
has anybody spoke to you about a bet? Or, better yet, didn't I say to not start drinking until after we've had?
Well, you see, I've been working so very hard, and I was thirsty, and, well, when you offer something from the top shelf, I just can't help myself. As for a bet, yes, I believe there is a bet going, but, I've thrown a silver in. I don't really care for the outcome, just give me some good food.
Now, here's the thing. We've made an agreement, right? And I asked you to not taint your taste buds with the alcohol. So, let me find a palate freshener for you to eat beforehand, and you must not take any more sips after that. Agreed?
Roll me a persuasion check, Vanya. You're trying to convince Dwen not to drink. She'll look down at the bottle. Oh, all right, fine. She'll put the bottle aside, put the cork in the top, and just nod. But how long is it going to take? I am absolutely ravenous.
It should be fairly ready. I mean, it has taken me a little bit.
The door bursts open. Francis, their chest puffed out, 2 bowls in hand, followed shortly. I would imagine, Garrett, you're stood behind him.
Oh yeah, totally.
Now, hold on. Before we start this, Francis, does anybody have any ginger? Francis?
What's that?
Garrett, is ginger a root that we're growing? Is there anything that would be a palate cleanser for them that we make?
Francis will just put the bowls down on the counter and then stroke his beard, look at Garrett for a moment.
Apparently, I mean, what's that weird thing that you sort of slipped me the other day?
Oh, bear with me a sec.
That's the sound of someone checking notes.
Yeah, you know.
I'm glad he doesn't have Vanya-style notes.
What, non-existent? No, I'm joking.
Exactly.
Would you believe?
Very
I do grow
vague.
ginger.
You did? You did indeed.
Yeah, I do grow ginger.
And what was that weird thing, you know, that's spicy? It's really a bit of like a weird sort of...
The knobbly
stem.
one.
Yeah, it looked like a root, but you mean like greeny yellow in the middle.
Yeah, that's
Yes. Francis, go get that. Let's chop it up, kind of slice it real thin. And when you come back, I'll tell you the rules. Let's not start until we have all of the rules.
As soon as you say that, you look behind you and see Dwen there. She's already got one of the spoons in the soup, and it's about a centimetre or so away from her lips. She's like,
No.
She puts it down. It takes a couple of moments, but eventually Francis returns with this small stone block that's got a couple of strands of chopped ginger and gives it to Dwen. She takes a bit, chews through it, pulls a bit of a face with it being quite a sharp, spicy, when it's raw at least and uncooked, but eventually, after a click of the tongue, she nods towards you, Vanya.
She's going to pull Francis back into the kitchen for a second.
Oh, what?
Now, Francis, how do we know which bowl is what that they're trying?
He'll lean in towards you, Vanya, this wide grin, tap his nose.
What do you see? Simple. Wooden spoon. Pot.
And he'll point towards the cauldron, the giant crucible turned cauldron.
Wooden spoon. Cauldron. Metal spoon.
And he'll point towards the pan.
We're dealing with some incredibly intelligent individuals here. And I didn't see you do this, so she goes back and she grabs all the bowls that were set out on the bar, and then dumps them, and then says, "Let's start again."
Whoa, hang on. Whoa, hang on. You've just dumped Francis's stew where?
Into a bowl. She's not wasting it, but she's dumped both into a bowl. And she said, "We need this to be unbiased, and I need to see which bowl that you're putting in what."
At this point, Rez is going to chime in and say, "Honestly, Vanya, we're all going to pick Francis at this point because you're really kind of being a pain in the ass."
And she's going to say, "Listen, Reza?"
Yeah, what?
And with that, Francis will turn towards you, Vanya,
Do your fucking self.
and he'll storm out the kitchen.
And she's
out
going
into
to say,
the alley.
"Okay, well, now we will know what is in what bowl and that we have an unbiased opinion." All right. And she goes and she's not gonna do it where you can tell, but she's gonna know which one is which one. And she's gonna write like a letter on a piece of paper, on a parchment that she has on her, that is not faced towards them, so that she can put them behind each one, so that whenever they decide which one that they choose, they're gonna pick the parchment that's in front of it so that they can pick which one.
I need you to DM which one is the left one and which one is the right one, please, Vanya.
Okay.
So, with that, Francis is gone. He stormed out of his kitchen, slammed the door behind him into the alley, and... yeah, departs. Vanya, you take the bowls into the folly. At this point, you know, everyone's... Vern, what have you been doing to rile everyone up?
I've divided the bar now. Like I've got the Vanyas on the left and the fucking Francis is on the right. I've got some chants going. I've got alternating chants, you know. So it's basically a chant off, like going on each side, and I'm like, yeah, for Vanya, for Francis, let's go.
All right, Vanya, you put the bowls down in front of Dwayne and Garrett. What's the plan? Is there anything to this, or is it just a case of here you go, eat it?
No.
Good luck.
She's gonna say, okay. She's gonna push the ginger in front of them, and she's gonna say, "You're gonna eat ginger before. Then you're gonna taste. Then you're gonna eat ginger. Then you're gonna taste the next bowl. Once you decide which one is your favorite, you can go back for multiple tastes if you need to, but cleansing your palate each time. Once you've decided which one is the most desirable, flavorful, which one you would eat again, you can make your own check marks on whatever you determine is an excellent meal. Now, again, these meals are the same. And you will pick the parchment that is in front of the bowl that you like the most. Now, here's the deal. I don't know what Vern is saying. I have not cooked any of these meals. These are all cooked from Francis. You are just determining which one is the best. These
Vanya,
are the same meals.
I'm hungry. Can we just get on with this?
Yes, so please follow my instructions because I want...
You're disrupting business at the bar. Let's just get this over with. We've got a lot of things to do.
Are you taste testing right now, Reza?
At this,
No.
Dwen picks up the fork because this is, you know, she's been working hard, and she will scoop into the first, you know, she'll take a bite of ginger, scoop into the first bowl, taste it, nod, give it a moment, take another bite of ginger, scoop into the second bowl, nod. Garrett, what do you do?
I do the same.
Yeah.
I just want to get back to my work.
Roll me an insight check.
Mm-hmm. Inside.
So, the left one certainly has a bit of a burnt taste to it. It's typical stew that Francis would cook. Slightly bitter, slightly sweet, very mushroomy, very root vegetable-y, with the telltale sign of rats. The rightmost one is a lot cleaner. It tastes fresher. It's not got that bitter, burnt taste to it, and for you would certainly be noticeably different.
Mm-hmm.
It would certainly be better. Dwen, just having tasted both, looks up.
And they are the same.
And she'll just take both bowls and just start eating. One mouth from one bowl, one mouth from another.
Enjoying that, Twin?
I mean, it may be the fact that I am absolutely ravenous, but, well, hard work, and I may have skipped dinner, but, are you eating that piece of... And she'll just reach over towards you, Garrett, and pluck a piece of the rat meat from the bowl in front of you.
No, help yourself.
All
Yeah,
right.
let me pour you a drink as well to go with that.
Oh, thank you.
And now that we have all tasted, and she looks around to the group, what do we select? Garrett, you're first.
Well, both bowls had quite an interesting flavour profile, but...
Wait. Before you select. And she goes out the back of the kitchen to get Francis out from back.
Gone. No, he's gone. He left into the alley and went. He's gone.
Like gone? So
Like
he
gone,
won't
gone.
see it?
No, gone.
She comes back in. Let's go ahead and select, and then
Garrett's already
and then
gone.
I have other business.
There's just 2 pieces of paper, and there's a G on one of them, and he's gone.
Yeah. Dwayne will just look over. Let's go with the scoop right, scoop left. Yeah. Right, I'll just go with Garrett on the right one there. Should just point to the right bowl.
Reza's gonna nudge Desmond and like nod toward the kitchen. Like, do you want to go down to the Undercroft and talk to Garrett? Because that's probably where he's gone.
Yeah, and he's gonna get keen to it and kind of nod and start slowly going that way, but try not to draw too much attention.
Reza just goes.
Yeah, no one's paying attention to you two. You know, they're all, the entire tavern's just waiting for the result now. Looking at Vanya, looking at Vern to see whether the right one is a Vanya or a Francis win.
Well, fucking leave us in suspense. It won.
Vanya?
Hold on 1 second. Hello? Yes, I can hear you guys again. My Discord went out.
Oh,
no.
shit.
We've chosen the right one. We're waiting for the result. So Vern's just looked to Vanya and like, you know what? Garrett left a little note against the right one. Dwayne picked the one on the right.
Vanya smiles real big. The pots, the new pots, makes the best meal. And I have proof right here from the taste tests. Both have chosen the right bowl, which was my desire. Versus the, I'm assuming that's how we did the bets, Vern, versus...
All right, great! Vanya wins! Get fucked, dickheads!
Fuck! No, you bastard! You fucking... And just more than half the room erupts in cries of anguish as they've just lost God knows how much copper. Maybe a few silver thrown in as well.
And now that Vanya knows that she won, in her mind, she's now going to go make plans to move the cauldron.
All right. So, with Vern
collecting the winnings and dishing it out. There's only a small group who have won pretty big. You know, they're gathered around the bar, scooping the copper and silver coins off the table, flashing, you know, going, hey, fucking what? See, hey, that's what you all get. Gotta move with the times, dickheads. Move with the times.
Russell was one of them, by the way.
Oh. That's unfortunate. You just lost a silver coin. So, with that, Vanya, you step aside to plan the removal of the crucible. But down below, we will head into the Undercroft. Now, there is a slight change of atmosphere as Desmond, Reza, you step down following Garrett's footsteps into the Undercroft, and as you get to the junction, step right into the Thorn Room, you see Garrett stood there, his back towards you. I need you both, Desmond and Reza, to roll me a perception check, please. You see nothing apart from Garrett's unmoving back.
But he's just very still there?
Very, very still, like a statue. Just staring towards the corner of the room.
In the Thorn Room?
In the Thorn Room.
Is he staring in the direction?
You follow his gaze to where Cypher, where his body was laid, and it is not there.
Reza walks up to where Garrett is and then starts. She's like scanning the room, like, what the fuck? Where is it? Like, truly paying attention now. Garrett?
He's gone. His body was grasped by some shadowy hands, and it came apart piece by piece. And I start walking forward till I'm next to the bed.
Where, in fact, Garrett, that is exactly what you saw from as soon as you stepped into the Thorn Room. The place where Cypher's body once laid was in the process of being torn asunder, picked apart by shadowy hands, tendrils. And just as you try to step forth, his body just dissolved into shadows and then nothing. As you step close to the altar, the bed that you laid him on, there is no sign, there is no remaining essence, no ash, no dust. Just the slightly sagging emptiness on the quilt that you laid him on.
And then I see a glint.
Go on,
And his
Garrett.
ring's there in the middle of the bed. And it's almost vibrating.
It is indeed. Reza?
Reza is just kind of looking around, and then she looks at Garrett and is like, "Was this supposed to happen?"
I don't know, he didn't tell me. All he did was read from his book and tell me I had to help him if he couldn't finish it himself. I can't read his book, it's in a language I don't understand.
I could try.
It's there at the head of the bed.
Oh no. Reza, what do you do?
Well, she's thinking for a moment. Because that book came from the coroner's laboratory.
No, this book is Cypher's own scrawlings that he
Oh, that's his own
has
grimoire.
made. Yes, that's his own grimoire.
Okay. So she reaches a hand out towards it and then stops. And she says to Garrett, "I feel like I'd be violating his privacy." Shadows were always his friends. Maybe it's okay?
From what I understand, the ring's what's important. Not his old vessel.
Reza nods slowly and then she kind of gingerly puts a hand on Garrett's shoulder. Perhaps we continue to protect it then.
Yeah. Elias will keep him safe.
Can you just boost your volume a bit, Garrett? Sorry, dude.
Oh, it's for
Life.
sentimental effect, damn it.
I know. He's cutting off his words.
Yes, Elias will keep him safe.
Thank you. At the moment, Reza, you're the only one who would probably be able to read the grimoire with some proficiency. Desmond, you were also stepping into the room. What are you doing?
Desmond, having the fantastic perception skill check of 2, didn't hear things. So when he stepped in and noticed, followed the gaze and realized that the body was gone, his first thought was that he was taken by someone, and his mace in his hand, he's looking to kill someone. And so he's looking like he's like thinking it through, and like he's given the treant portal like a massive fucking side eye, like somebody came through that. And he knows that Elias wouldn't be doing anything. Elias is tied to that, but he's like looking at that, expecting to see like the nurse smirking back or something. So he's just stood there starkly, just like staring at it.
Reza, Garrett, you would certainly see Desmond just immediately go into combat mode. His mace, the iron hand drawn, as he is now staring intently in the direction where Elias typically opens the tree portal to the society.
It's fine, Desmond. His shadows took his body.
Well, I can watch over this tonight. What I have, we can wait until tomorrow.
No, you came down for something. All we're doing now is waiting.
With that, you guys are gonna hear Vanya yelling, "Elias! Elias, I need your help! We gotta move this!"
Roll me a nature check, Vanya. That's really good! For a brief moment, a few roots of Elias begin to move towards Vanya. But then, Garrett, they seem to sway in your direction, almost as if looking for permission or the nod. You get the impression, Garrett, that Elias understands the assignment in regards to Cypher's ring, but at this moment in time, well, a single vine would just reach down, pick up the ring, slip it over the end of a vine, almost like a ring for a finger, curl around it and just retreat it into itself.
Thank you, Elias. If anything changes, put it back on the bed. If it feels different or starts emitting power.
Roll me a nature check, Garrett, with advantage. For a brief moment, with you deep in thought, a single whisper enters your mind.
Understood, Master.
for the first time today, a smile just catches the side of Garrett's mouth for a second and then it's gone.
The vines retreat into a large bundle close to the central roots and branches of Elias's treant form, should I say, the core of the Blackthorns. Close to where you, Garrett, keep the secret stash of coin and other items. And it's at that moment, Vanya, where are you? Are you in the basement or where are you?
She had been running down the stairs into the Undercroft to let Elias know that she needed the help to move the cauldron.
As you shout and your voice echoes down the Undercroft's corridor, several tiles begin to slightly displace as roots begin to emerge from the floor. One of them, a slightly thicker root, takes on almost a serpentine fashion as it raises out of the dirt below the stonework and then just tilts its head almost like a snake to look at you, giving you the impression that it's heard your call.
Oh, Elias. Oh, man. This is great. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't want to cause a lot of destruction. And, and I've seen that you've done some things and then, put them back in their place. So what we're going to need to do is, which I know you can't reach all the way down into the area of where I need. So we're going to have to kind of think through that. But anyways, I'm going to need the cauldron that is in Francis's kitchen. First off, I don't want everything that's in it. But I also don't want to disrespect his cooking. So somehow we need to move all of that into the pots and pans so that he can reuse it. But then we need to be able to, I don't want to destroy the door frame, so let's take that apart, take the cauldron out, rebuild the door frame, get it into the Undercroft. If we need to take anything apart to make that fit, we take it apart, we rebuild it, and then we need to get it at the top of the stairs to be able to get it to the down below. And then, how far down would she know? Can he lift it down there, or is that going to be something that she's going to have to use levitate to do?
Oh man, bear with me. All right. I would imagine Lucius or Vern. Rough estimation
Yes.
on a crucible made of bronze that's, I would probably say, 4 foot in diameter. We're talking at least a ton, right?
Uh-huh.
If not more.
Easy, yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
probably yeah.
You're going to need more than levitate. But at the moment,
It is,
Elias...
it is, however, a crucible that's very sturdy.
It is indeed very sturdy. And
So could he drop it
correct. Yes.
and it not break?
Correct. He could lower
Okay.
it down, or at least bring it down to 30 feet from the ground, and then drop it from there.
Okay, that's what she's going to instruct him to do.
So, I've been waiting for this. With you, Vanya, telling Elias of your plan, the large root. So, for those who aren't, who are sort of new, Elias is a in effect, an awakened treant. He encompasses the entire lower basement, which is an old, multi-chambered area of this tavern. He can't really move anywhere because he is in the walls. He is,
He is everywhere.
He is everywhere, basically. And he was awoken by an incredibly powerful dryad. And it is something that ties into Garrett as a being of the Fae. But with that said, what happens now, Vanya, is the single root that's erupted from the ground sort of bows its head in acknowledgement, understanding the task given. And a single vine begins to wrap around your waist and kind of drags you to the side of the central corridor to the Undercroft, giving you the impression of that Elias is moving you out of the way.
Good deal. I'm glad that he has Vanya's safety at the forefront of his decisions.
He does, because it's at that moment where the cobbles begin to shake, quiver, as first a 1 foot diameter root bursts out of the ground in the center of the chamber, followed by several other smaller ones. They wind down the corridor towards the door to the basement. They open the door, and some of the smaller ones begin to creep their way up into the kitchen. It's here you hear the sound of what can only be described as thrashing, before 30 seconds later the vines retreat back into the corridor. No cauldron in sight.
Elias, what's going on?
The vines and the tendrils hover there for a moment before, rather than being snake-like in appearance, seem to take on a more solid, pointed look. As they
Is it too hot?
As they aim straight up. With a burst of energy, the vines smash through the stonework at the top of the folly, begin to burrow through the dirt, and eventually, with a loud crack that echoes in the folly and the courtyard and the alleys, Elias bursts into the kitchen. Vines and roots just begin to turn and wrap and twirl around the cauldron as, with a mighty crash, the cauldron, this 2 ton brass crucible, normally used for forging, is just ripped through the floor. A multitude of roots begin to dig the dirt from beneath it as this cauldron is dragged through the ground before eventually smashes into the corridor. This metallic ring echoes down and through the Undercroft, into the private quarters, into the Thorn Room, into the underground bar. And it's at that moment Elias, with his roots wrapped around the cauldron, begin to drag the cauldron down the corridor, through the archway, into the private quarters, down the 100-foot tunnel. There's a brief moment, a brief pause, a brief moment of silence before this huge, giant ringing bang echoes through the Undercroft as the crucible is deposited 130 feet underground down the tunnel into the very, very lower sanctums.
I hope everyone heard that.
Everyone heard that.
I'm just picturing the Taco Bell noise.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
I'm picturing everyone upstairs in the folly
Also
hearing like
heard
this
that.
low shudder, and everybody just looks up, the conversation stops for a moment, and then they go back to drinking.
Yep. Elias, with some other roots, begin to pull out of the ground, grabbing bits of wood and stone and dirt, and hold. All right, starts to put some of the stonework back. Fills in the dirt beneath. Yeah. Fills in the dirt beneath the kitchen and sends a few other vines and roots to act as supports. But it's not a great job. He's just pulled a 6-foot diameter bronze crucible through the floor. The floor to the kitchen
has left a mark.
It has certainly left a mark. The cobbles in the kitchen are uneven. Any wooden beams or wooden floorboards that were there before have been splintered and shattered beyond recovery.
It's at this point that I wish I had mold earth.
So yes, you do indeed now have your new cauldron, you dirty, dirty hag you, in the lowest chambers, but... Gone?
Solution, can I just say, like, she gave something for something. Like, it's not... She didn't screw over Francis. I mean, he's got his own personalized pots, and
absolutely.
She's not all bad.
No, not at all. No, I
need to justify.
It's you know, don't worry about it. You've
only made a fucking enemy for life.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have no fucking idea where he is, nor do I care because I got my cauldron. But she justifies to herself that she gave this for that, and everything's good now. If he shows up, he shows up. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Maybe Garrett might come say something. Maybe he doesn't. But in her mind, she did great.
But with that, you do indeed have the coveted item of a cauldron large enough to fit a person inside.
So she's gonna need to move it into her house. So she's gonna later try to find Desmond to help with the utilization of levitate to try to put it into her new house.
So with the rest of you hearing this mighty ringing of what can only be described as a church bell being thrown around, anybody wish to add to this, or is this just a case of breathe deep and look the other way?
I'm totally just not going to get involved because I know at some point it's going to become my problem, and I try to not deal with it until it becomes my problem.
You're totally right.
Vanya? Okay, good. Desmond, anything you wish to add?
Desmond was just totally in the moment of, like, you know, all this going on. He's misunderstanding what's happening. Garrett's talked him down, and then there's the sound of, like, the roof being, like, obliterated by Elias. And everything, and so Desmond is going to walk into the hallway, and he's like looking around, like he's like wondering if they're like being sieged.
And he's going to hear, Desmond!
And then this giant 6-foot diameter, probably I would imagine like 4 foot tall brass cauldron crucible just fly by you. A multitude of tendrils and roots wrapped around, just flinging it down the corridor.
He's taking that pot for like a Nantucket sleigh ride or something.
Desmond, I need you down here.
You could ignore her if you wanted. Just saying.
It'll get seen to. I really doubt that it's going anywhere.
but
Desmond, hurry!
I've got an idea. All right. Vanya!
Is that you, Desmond?
Who else would it be?
I need you. Down here. I need your help.
Well, did you
Right
make that
now.
contract I asked you about?
I did, but first I need you to help me first, and then I'll show it to you. You help me, and I'll show you.
Write it into the
Bye.
contract.
But okay.
And then we'll make it, it'll be more even-sided that way. I'll help you move whatever you need.
I mean, it's real simple, but if you want me to put that in the contract, I mean, I guess
right,
we
just-
do needed
just-
this for that,
Just
right?
Yep, just put it in there. Services rendered. And I'll go towards Elias and... Alright, I'm sorry. But can you just take me down there? I need to move this, otherwise we'll never hear the end of it.
But you need to sign this first before you do it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It'll do.
Are you coming down?
Elias
Yes.
will
Like,
wrap,
dude?
Elias will wrap a root around your waist, Desmond, and begin to lower you down the long chamber towards the city below. As it gets 30 feet from the ground, it'll Elias will motion itself and move you towards one of the ladders that have been set up, giving you the chance to, again, lower yourself to the ground of your own volition.
Yeah,
that
Desmond's
you,
gonna make it
Desmond?
quick. Yes. He's gonna look to the side, just like he's gonna look to the left then the right, like, you know, like the John Travolta meme, and just like, I don't think anyone else could be mistaken for me.
I heard some noise and I'm kind of excited. I'm glad you're here. I need your help.
Mm-hmm.
I got the contract.
All right, let me look it over real quick. And if he's just gonna skim it and see what it says. It should be very short and plain, so...
Wouldn't it be in oh crap. Wouldn't it be I can't even remember what that
Language, different
No, they-
language.
It has to. All contracts have to be in a language the person understands.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, that would then mean they sign something that they can't sign something they don't understand. So all contracts have to be in a language that they understand.
All right, it's in a language that you understand, Desmond. And she's going to be like wide-eyed, like winking at you the entire time.
All right, so he's gonna just read it over and see what it says. Well, what's it say? What are the terms?
It's going to say exactly the terms that you expressed, and that the thing in return would be that you are going to help her, and she's going to be very descriptive because she doesn't want you to get out of the things that she needs to move, of like the cauldron, like exact to the detail of what it is, the placement of where it is right now, and the placement of where it needs to go within her house, like within the exact yardage, and how she wants it to be moved, and the placement of, like, if you need to turn it, because she's not going to be
Okay.
able to
All right.
This is a contract that basically states exactly to the millimeter almost where you want this cauldron placed. In return,
Exactly.
what does Desmond get? Desmond, what do you want from this?
It was the previous agreed terms. There was also the naming part of this, which we already decided what that would be, so that would be in there. And the what Desmond gets is the scalpel. After what it's being used for, it gets back to the coroner. Like she is bound to that.
Are you going with the name Dorian?
Yep, it was part of the contract. I got to stick to it. We already talked about it. I have to stick to it. It's important.
Okay, you're not going to argue that? You like it?
It was the deal.
Okay,
That's how it
I
is.
mean,
It's the deal.
You can argue it if you want.
No,
if you don't
no,
like it.
no.
So-
I can negotiate, and he doesn't want to negotiate. So
Okay.
As DM, I'm going
Yep.
to say that this contract stipulates that in return for Desmond being named Dorian upon gaining a new form and the moving of this bronze crucible into Vanya's chamber, in return, Vanya, you are bound by contract to return the black scalpel of the coroner to him under any circumstance. It must be returned to him. Full stop. Do you both accept these terms?
With the exception of none of this extracts his soul. Can I put that in there?
That's don't worry about that. Honestly,
Oh, you don't want
there-
that in there? I can scratch that out.
the more detail you add, the more loopholes there are and counters and
Okay.
things.
She scratches that out.
Very simple, and once that's what it says, he will sign it. Does the contract have the exact positioning like that you want on it? Like, have you just like gone through like the specifics of exactly where you want this thing on
Yes,
there?
like she has created this.
He signs it?
Like,
Yep, go on,
All
Desmond.
right, so to the DM, did it say anything about her walls?
No.
oh,
Okay.
No.
So Desmond's going to grab the cauldron, and he's putting it exactly where she said.
Right through a fucking wall.
Like,
Nope.
he's going to try to go through the door, but any collateral damage is collateral damage, and it's acceptable.
stupid.
Nope. There was no mention when it first brought up about walls. It was just the placement of. So, yes, you drag this brass crucible. It would take a while, even for you, but eventually, as you get
This is how he's going to move it.
Yeah, go for
He's
it.
going to flip it over and get under it, and he's going to push it like it's a tank, and just like he's not moving it separately. He's pushing it. It's over him. He's pushing it the entire way to get it there, and then he's going to start maneuvering it, rolling it, doing whatever he has to do to get it in there.
There's a joke there.
As you push
There is.
this brass crucible, eventually you meet some resistance, Desmond, as you get towards the door of the ancient, this, bear in mind, but at this point, the walls in this chamber below is easily 5,000 years or more old. It doesn't take much effort for you to push this crucible through the door. The columns around the door begin to crumble, crack, break as stonework begins to fall over, protecting, you're well and truly protected. But there is now a very circular hole into Vanya's new chamber below.
You just punctured a hole into Vanya's chamber.
You've literally,
Good job.
oh yeah, smashed through the door or through the wall. Night Fox. Just very quickly before we go on, bear in mind this is session 60. There is a lot of stuff. So, I apologize if certain things are a little like, whoa, what's all this about? It's there's a lot of content. I said at the start of this stream we've got literally 10 days straight. Just in Pariahs alone of watch time, so I apologize. But go on, Desmond, as you Kool-Aid guy through this door.
Yep. Well, the intention isn't so much like smash through, it's just he's getting it in there, and he's under the assumption there's going to be some collateral.
Absolutely.
So he'll try to tilt it. He's just going to try to work in there. If he can put it on the side and roll it through like a tire or something, he will.
No, this crucible is just it's larger than any door frame. Bear in mind, Dwayne had to rebuild the door into Francis's kitchen when they first brought it in.
Yes. Okay. So he's going to do as little damage as he can, but he knows it's going to happen.
And sounded so dirty.
Yep.
Sorry.
It is what it is. Well, and then he's going to get it set in the spot, twist it, make sure that it's to the specifications that were on there, just like perfectly. And I'm assuming that Vanya has probably followed him at this point.
Oh yeah, and she's just standing outside of her cottage, just mouth agape, like wishing that she would have wrote in there that he would have fixed whatever disaster that he had to do to be able to get it inside.
All right, come and have a look. And he's going to stand there with his hand on the thing, like someone who's almost like standing next to their car, just has a hand on it. All right, like this.
That's the perfect placement, Desmond. My door is on the floor now, and there is a perfect hole in the wall.
Well, this thing is at least twice as large as the door.
Yes. Are you good with masonry, or?
You know, I hear that Reza is undertaking something like that. We'll get you fixed up. But just remember, if you ever have to take this back out, it's going to be a real pain.
You're gonna fix it.
Someone will.
Oh. So I have to ask Reza to fix this?
I mean, I could ask Reza. You know, she might need to practice when she gets going.
Because, like, I don't know if Reza... I haven't seen Reza in a while. I don't know if she's happy with me, avoiding me. But if you could ask her...
She was right next to me when I came here to help you.
What'd she say?
Well, if you're asking about this, there's no way she could have known at the time, so she didn't say anything.
Did she know that you were coming to help me? Did she say anything about me?
Well,
Has
you
she said
were
anything about me?
You were yelling, and I went towards your voice, so she probably understood. There was a situation up there, and there's other things, and I'm sure that we can work all this out and get this fixed up. But this place, I assure you, this, and he taps the collar.
Clang, 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 clang.
This is going nowhere from here.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's heavy, but was she annoyed? Like, what's the situation that you're talking about? Like, do I need to be informed? I don't even know what situation.
It's at that moment where I'm going to cut to black on this conversation as Vanya and Desmond continue this brief exchange. Vanya, your cauldron is now in your chambers. Congratulations.
Thank you. We may not have a cook, but Vanya has a cauldron.
Don't you worry about Francis. Don't you worry about Francis. But what I'm going to say, though, I don't know, you've got a lot to do with one of the main implements that the nurse said that you needed was a cauldron that could fit a full-sized adult in, and you now have the item. You are on another step forward in your descent into haghood. But I am going to have to sort of fade to black on that for both of you, because there are still a few things that we need to wrap up, and time is forever pressing. So, Desmond, you spend a while bickering or arguing or discussing the nuances of the cauldron with Vanya. Reza, Vern,
Garrett, is there anything you guys wish to do? Or if not, I'm going to pass it back to Desmond for the trip to the Commons.
Reza is just, she thought they were going to head right back out to go snatch a body. So that's the most important thing on her mind, is to help Desmond.
I'm good.
Garrett, you good? Okay. Vern,
Yeah, I'm
anything
good.
you wish to add?
So Francis is fucked off, has he?
Oh, wrong scene. Bear with me. Yes, but
All of his food is in the pots and pans in the kitchen, though, right?
at the moment, yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, Vern's running the kitchen at the minute.
Roll me a performance check.
Here we go.
Come on, nat one. Let's have our first nat one of the evening. Let's go.
Performance, yeah?
Yes, please. Son of a bitch. Shit.
22, do you?
What happens? How, what's it's down to you. How does this look?
Well, they're just like, this is a fucking nightmare. That's fucking useless. That's just the burnt on shit from the bottom of the cauldron. Fuck that off. He's sorting stuff out and he's like, needs more salt. Fucking herbs? Fucking herbs? Where the fuck do you get these from? So Vern's like making his own stews, and because they're all in different pans, he's made like 20 different types of stew.
Just for the sake of meme value, roll me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Dexterity.
Yes, please. Because sadly, the kitchen floor is not as level as it once was.
13.
I mean, it's still not bad. You would stub your toe a few times on some of the stonework that's been upended, but not enough to the point of throwing any soup across the kitchen.
So every so often he'll just stub his toe, just go stock still and go, oh, you twat. Gonna continue on with what he was doing.
All right. But yeah, the noise, and again, Vern, you've been in the kitchen a few times. This is unusual. There is a large piece of the kitchen currently missing, which putting 2 and 2 together, you would certainly.
So that's what that fucking noise was. What the fuck? They get that cauldron out of here. Whatever.
Very well. Thank you for the biddies, my dude. For the 30 of them. All right. So yeah, you managed to run the kitchen for the rest of the evening, to the point where with a 22 on the performance, the soups go down pretty well. It's something different, something unusual. Roll me a twist of fate as one last thing, please, Vern. You use all of the herbs.
Not my fault, problem.
The entire pouch of herbs that Garrett meticulously grew over the last week or so, you have used in these soups, and they go down a riot. I will probably say that this earns the Folly an additional 20 silver on top of the the operating cost. But with that said, Desmond, you eventually return from the chambers below.
All right.
Sneeze, thank you. Thank you for those 30 minutes. Big heart. Go on, Desmond.
I'm imagining that Garrett and Reza are still in the proximity of the Thorn Room. Like looking in.
Yeah, that's where I'll be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I hate to be a bother, but my intended person that I have a transaction with it should probably be at Asmund's. And I think if we were to move, just honestly, I just think if Garrett, if you could just keep an eye out, and I can handle most of the heavy lifting, maybe employ. He's gonna look over his shoulder back the way that Vanya's coming from. I might be able to employ Vanya to chat somebody up, but I think that we can put a bow on this so that it can be behind me.
Whatever you need.
It can also wait till tomorrow if you prefer. There's a lot that's gone on tonight.
No, let's get it done.
All right then. Vanya, are you dressed to go out?
And she puts both hands on her face, and as she's walking in, she says, I'm always ready to go out.
Sure. And, all right, well, we should be about it then. Make it quick, and I'll tell Dwayne that she should probably stay out of the bar area for the evening. Just take the night off, and I'll buy her a bottle or something.
Desmond, she's already drank quite a few, but I guess one more wouldn't hurt her.
Well, she's a big lady. One more will help keep her sated and occupied. And I'll pay for that. But so Desmond's gonna, get things rolling, and he's going to go upstairs to look for Dwen. Real quick.
Alright.
Just let her know. Like, he's gonna just get the bottle from a bottle from Julian, give him the coin necessary, however much it's gonna be. And just, here you go, Dwen. You've been working hard. How about you just relax the rest of the evening and not worry about getting back to it until morning?
A night off, you say? Well, I won't turn it down. I understand how you are all busy at times, and
She'll grab the bottle, hoist it in a gesture of cheers, and nod.
I hope you have a productive evening, Desmond, and thank you for the night off.
Yes, enjoy yourself. You've been hard at it. And so the intention that Desmond has is to go find this and, go to Asmund's and try to find this guy. Obviously, other people might, if anyone has anything else, that'd be the time. If we have to put it off, we can.
Alright. Who's going with Desmond then? Reza? Vanya?
Resmond will go, but I defer to the folks where it's almost midnight your time.
That's my thought. It's late.
Garrett and Vern, it's basically up to you two. Whether you good to see this through, or shall we postpone this until next episode?
I mean, I'm good. If
Yeah,
please,
we'll
all
get
right.
it. We'll get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, for my part, I don't mind kind of speed running it a little bit just to make sure that people get to bed.
Well, don't you worry about that. So, with who are you taking with you then, Desmond? Obviously, Vanya, Reza, are you wanting to take Garrett? Are you going? And the other question is, do you want? Is Vern going to be useful for this?
Actually, yes. Vern, I we're just getting to know you, but I'm running a bit of a job. Do you think that you could stay on this side of the gate, port gesturing towards the commons, and potentially run interference to distract people if they make any kind of a fuss?
You want me to be yeah, of course. Sequel? Or just do you want me just be a pain in the fucking arse the entire night? I can do that.
Well, in particular, we're going to come through this gate to the north, and if anyone's following us or harass us along the way, if you can just distract them, make them forget what they were doing or something, to that effect, don't put yourself in any harm's way, and I'll give you some coin.
Why didn't you just lead with, I'll give you some coin?
Well, generally I like to know the task first, but that's fine. And the bag that Asmund originally gave him, with the 50 silver in it, he's been taking out of that for like the bets and for the bottle and everything. So what's remaining in the bag is probably around 35-ish silver.
Okay.
And he's going to hand the bag to Vern. There you go. That should see you right for a while.
Vern's like, I'm fucking winning today, boys. I'm rich.
Speaking of winning, who won this cooking contest?
I'll have to consult my books when we get back. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Vanya's gonna walk in. I did.
Reza holds out her hand towards Vern.
Vern just reaches into the pouch and produces fucking Reza's winnings. He's like, it's fine. You can go fuck yourself.
What were the odds again? 6 to 1 was it, or was it 3 to 1?
6 to 1.
6 to 1. So Reza put in a silver coin.
Three silver.
Oh no!
Just hands over the pouch. He's like, I gotta fuck myself, huh?
What's that math again? How much silver is that?
18.
Pleasure doing business with you, Van. And she winks at him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Well, there will be more that comes in the future, certainly. So yeah, Desmond's in a little bit of a rush, so he's going to start stalking northward through the commons.
Sure.
It's got to be later at night by this point.
Absolutely.
And
With all of this going on, at this point, it would certainly be at least past midnight. Getting into the commons takes roughly 40 minutes to an hour. So by the time you would reach... in fact, to get to Asmund's, which is a little bit further, probably be about an hour and 20 minutes. So it's very much close to kicking out time of all the brothels in the East Commons by the time you all get there.
Well, Desmond will say to everybody who's there, obviously Vern is, on the south side of the gate, because we don't have a pass for him. Well, I'll see if I can't get his attention and bring him out. I might need some assistance with that if he's averse. But really I don't want to make any waves. I just want to keep it quiet and get him down there. And I have a few things to help with that. All right. Well, and he's gonna walk into the Crimson Orchid.
Close. Crimson Lotus.
That's right. Yeah.
Same thing. As
At least it's
you
not flower.
Yeah, at least it's not flower, correct. As you step into the Crimson Lotus, you cast a glance around, and with it being well past midnight, the vast majority of the people who are now left are either those enjoying the sights and sounds in private booths of the Lotus's courtesans and escorts and gentlemen of the night. Asmund, at the far end of the room, is passed out on the leather sofa, the two courtesans with him also. One of them asleep, another one just drinking rest of the fine wine at the table. And the only person, minus the guards, would be Kara. As you step into the Lotus, Kara looks at you, Desmond, and offers you a single nod in greeting.
Hello. I was just coming to check and see if I was going to be able to make good on my word tonight.
My. I am surprised you came so soon. I was expecting at least another 2 or 3 days of that oaf whoring around in the back rooms, but he's still there, drunk and off of his head with various substance.
I aim to ensure that no one will have to suffer on my part due to him any longer than they have to. They already have done enough.
Well, if there's anything I can do here with and Kara will look around the establishment. Granted, most of them are already either asleep or, well, I don't think they'll be able to remember the morn anyway, even if they tried, but I can certainly make sure they are vacated if you require such.
No, I think that there are plenty of people here who are oblivious, and I don't think it'll be a problem. I appreciate it, though. And he doesn't want to, so he'll nod to her a little bit deeper than typical, and, Madam? And he's going to start heading towards the back where he last saw this, this boorish guy.
As you begin to make your way towards the back of the Crimson Lotus, you would kind of see Kara just make her way down some of the private booths and just make sure that all of the curtains have been drawn to one side. Granted, this place is not quiet by any means. There is still laughter from the booths, the drunken slurs along with the odd moan. But is anyone else stepping in the Lotus with Desmond?
I guess before he goes in, Reza will be like, do you want someone to go in with you? Do you want me to come in with you in case, you need a female touch?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yes. It works out well that way.
So Reza will go in with him just in case, Yeah, she needs to flirt.
All right.
I'll stay outside as that's what I was asked to do.
All right. You
Garrett
keeping Vanya
is...
on a short leash? Sorry, go on, Desmond.
No, I was just saying, yeah, Garrett is really good at not being seen and also seeing everything. So, and he's also he's able to inform people when he sees stuff. So, Vanya, he was kind of like waving in because she has the air about her of somebody who is, very chatty and able to put on the airs of like nobility when she wants to. But it is Desmond's hope that he can do this without needing to involve anybody more than he really has to, because he's just trying to sort it out.
Right,
and he has a plan.
Give me 2 seconds just to change the Discord server, just because I think Jump's lost her audio at the moment.
Okay.
So let me.
Yes, now.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Oh, thank you for inviting me in. She has some wonderful pickup lines.
So,
boy.
Desmond, you, after having this conversation with Kara, you begin to make your way deeper into the Crimson Lotus, flanked left and right by Reza and Vanya. The three of you make your way towards the far end to a booth that Kara previously pointed out, and here the curtain hasn't been fully drawn. As you begin to grow closer, you would see the familiar, at least to you, Desmond. 6.5 foot tall gentleman. Shoulder length, white blonde hair, piercing blue eyes. Sat, his feet on the table. And 2 courtesans. One dancing on the table and the other pouring him yet another drink.
Desmond's going to approach and, excuse me, sir, Mr. Lord, is it Hestwood?
Yes, Lord, is it?
He'll cough for a moment, slightly stumble forward. Not so much stumble, but leerily lean forward in his chair, put his feet down as his eyes begin to slowly focus on you, a drunken haze overcoming his features.
Not quite certain. I've had the pleasure of... who are you, boy?
Oh, just a porter, sir. I come on behalf of my mistress, who I believe, oh, she sent me with this, and he's going to retrieve from his pocket the small bottle of bloodshot, and he's going to hand that over to him. It's a beverage, it's a sample. Of course, there's more where that came from, and other things that make this seem paltry.
A porter for your mistress bearing...
And he'll quickly snatch the bloodshot from your hand, Desmond, as he holds it up to his face, twirls the bottle. This deep red wine-looking liqueur. Several flakes of metal, of gold, perhaps, catch the light as he arches a brow inquisitively.
Well, this is unusual. And, if I may inquire...
Breaks the top of the small glass vial, sniffs it.
And, who is your mistress, dear boy?
Vanya's gonna poke out. Well, it's me. I can't help but feel a sense of possibility when I'm around you. What kind of adventures do you think we could create? And she kind of nuzzles up next to him and boops his nose.
A persuasion. In fact, this would be a performance check, actually. Roll me a performance check, please, Vanya. With advantage, because at this moment in time, as you slide in close, he's already sniffing this bottle of bloodshot and takes a sip. That wasn't with advantage. Do you want to roll one more?
Oh, let's see.
Yeah, I'm giving you the, just for that crit. 21 it is.
Consistent,
if nothing else. As he takes a quick swig of the bloodshot, his eyes immediately go wide.
Oh my, this is... my dear. Well, pleasure to make your acquaintance, and you are...
he'll quickly snatch your hand, Vanya. In his, and try and bring it up to him for a kiss. Go on, Vanya.
Reza. Sorry, Reza is giving Desmond the side eye. Like, is that where you wanted to go?
If you're looking at Desmond, you can tell it is not. Like,
he is regretting inviting Vanya.
Yeah, it is clear that he's like, no.
You quickly see him turn to the two other quarters and he's like,
ladies, if you would be so kind as to fuck off. It seems that, someone far above your stations has come to appreciate my endeavors.
I'm so sorry, my lord. She is quite drunk. If she's bothering you, I can remove her.
No.
She waves.
No, not at all.
She waves Reza.
And who,
and
my dear, are you?
Go ahead.
Oh, was he saying that to Reza?
absolutely.
Well, she kind of like, coyly kind of twirls a loose piece of hair, and she says, I'm the kind of girl who knows how to give a gentleman a good time.
Vanya's gonna take his chin and point towards her, like where his gaze is on her, and she's gonna take one hand, lift the left boob up, and then take the other hand and like switching,
Oh my
lift the right
God.
boob up to make sure that they're perky. And she's gonna say, you're the kind of strength that inspires me. And she's gonna lift a drink up to him and says, drink this and let me hear your story. And she's gonna like kind of caress his face.
Madam, I know you're excited. Perhaps a more private setting? The estate, perhaps?
Oh,
One sec.
You at this he slowly starts unwillingly turn his eyes away from Vanya, then to Reza, then back to Vanya, then towards you, Desmond.
Estates, you say? Porter, young boy, you say you have an estate where the lady resides?
We have grounds to the south, yes, past the Porter district. Well, in the Porter is the exact details of where it lies are not known to me, but there's also something else, but I have to find it. But if you're up for a short walk, I think we could. I'll find it on the way, and
Ladies, shall we go to and he'll look towards you, Vanya, your estate. As he stands up, he sort of juts his arms out to the side with that gesture of wanting to link arms with both Reza and Vanya.
Reza will link her arm in his.
Begrudgingly. All I'm going to say is, you signed up for this.
No, I just not following the plan. She's making it up. Reza's going with it.
All right. So, with Vanya, do you link arms with the gentleman?
Did
I'm
we
gonna
lose
say
her
her-
again?
I'm going to say her Discord died. So with that, I'm probably going to say yes.
probably yes.
Mhm.
Desmond, you... In fact, I'll hand this over to you, Desmond. What's the plan?
The plan is to get him south of the gate into Polter, where he's still cogent, and then give him the bottle the hag gave Desmond. The one that's like the potion of like, this guy will be completely off of it for the foreseeable future. And from there, the plan was to get him to...
I would probably say, thinking about it, with the bits that need to be done, I am going to say that you lead Vanya and Reza with their newfound companion out of the Crimson Lotus. Here, Kara would make sure that there were no witnesses. Even the bar staff seemed to turn their back on you as you step out into the streets. All of the curtains to the private booths were closed, and you begin the journey south, out of the gate into the Polter district, easily passing by the guards with the IDs and the excuse that you are escorting a rather drunken individual. In fact, his ID's more than enough for him to pass wherever he wishes, and he does seem to make a bit of a show at the gates before eventually you make your way through Market Row and into lower streets. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say we call it there for tonight. I think we can probably grab one more session out of this before certain plans are enacted. Are you all good with that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think Jump's away next week.
All right. She is. But yeah, so what I will say with that then is, Desmond, are you wanting to take him back to the Folly, or is this going to be a somewhere else jobby?
The idea is the Undercroft under the bar. That's why I told Dwen to take the night
Excellent.
off.
So, say no more, good sir. I will say with that then, it takes you a little longer, but you do stumble through lower streets with not so much Reza, but definitely Vanya taking a somewhat forward approach and easily lead him into the Folly. He doesn't seem to care where he's going. Someone has done a very convincing job of thinking he's about to have the night of his life. With that, though...
He's not wrong.
I mean, he's not wrong. With that, though, I think we'll call it there. What do we say, everyone?
Good night, chat.
Good night, chat.
Good night, chat.
And see you next time on Pariahs.
Oh, dear me, that took an erotic turn towards the end there. Jump. I'm going to thrust my assets up in his direction. Oh, dear. Yeah, I enjoyed that. That was an entertaining little session. We do have one more session, it would seem, before we go on a brief break. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil anything else. I'm not going to say no more. Apart from thank you all very much for joining us for episode 60 of Pariahs. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. The craziness, the memes, the constant flipping from absolutely dark, twisted shit into comical entertainment is... I'd like to think we're a bit of a mature stream for a reason. With that, though, I'm going to I'm going to throw us over to the end screen. Ta-da! Which will be that. Durs, thank you for the 30 bits. Sneeze, thank you for the 30 bits. Twice. Nightfox84, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the madness that is Pariahs. I hope you enjoyed it. Glad to have you here. Rayvon, thank you for the 30 bits. Lucius with the gifted sub 2, Nightfox. And then Durs with another 30 bits. God, everyone's been throwing the bits out. Everyone's been getting the bits out tonight. God damn it. And Rayvon, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Honestly, everyone, thank you for the support. As always, we do appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed yourself, and we will see you next Sunday for episode 61, which will be kind of like the season 1 finale before we go on a brief break to plan the next arc. But fear not, there will be other things coming during the downtime. But with that said, I'll crank the tunes up and we'll find someone to raid. So again, everyone, thank you very much, and I will see you all next Sunday for more Pariahs. Yep, same name. Same name. I am unoriginal with my lead speak. Ancient name. I'm trying to find someone to raid. Ah. My list is empty. Come on, someone catch my eye. I see someone doing Chronicles of Valioth, episode 58. Let's go and give them a raid. That seems to be an interesting one. And I like Chronicles. Alright, let's go over there, send some love and some support, and yeah, I will see you all next Sunday. Ta-ta. For now.
Give me a sec here.